Bob,
Hi there. Sorry,
hi.
you caught me
Um,
with my mouth full.
I have a request. We
Yes,
we need to deal with the minutes situation. Now that I know that we don't have to do detailed minutes, mine were too detailed. Just an outline, what the topic was, how it was voted. Um, but we also, and Tim has been saying this, we need a list in advance of who's going to do them for every meeting.
yes,
Um,
you're right.
and we never got that this year.
You're right.
And we have to have that. And if that doesn't work, if that becomes too difficult, then, you know, one of us again might volunteer to do half of the year or something like that. But we need to have, we don't have to, we shouldn't have to be dealing with this every session.
You're right. You're
Good.
right. We need to figure out where we were. I wasn't there last or Tuesday. My understanding is we did not have a quorum, so there was,
That's correct. We did not have a quorum.
okay. So that means that all the pieces that folks have written went to Tim.
They did. And Allison has put them, the ones that were written, Allison has already put them and sent them to us in an updated um, warrant, but we're missing a lot. And
Now
what
I
she did
know,
is she marked on it, so we should bring that up. She marked on it the ones that still need to be done.
okay,
May I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
I don't know if, we can begin now, but we might be able to, and that is, there are possible senior and or veteran work off abatement personnel that might be available to take the minutes. Could be your secretary.
Oh,
Ooh,
Okay. So
that's a
we can
great
talk about
idea.
that.
That's a
Okay?
great idea.
that's a, yeah.
that is a great idea.
Right.
Do minutes have to be produced by a committee member?
Nope.
No.
So I have a truly,
No.
I have another idea. I don't know that Zoom does it or not, but um, Microsoft
No,
Teams.
don't even go there. Melanie
has,
already brought that up, and we all decided that because I've used that, what it produces is way too long. It's just like this endless transcript,
It's everything that everybody says. It's not.
including pauses and sneezes and
Yeah,
no,
everything.
no, it's
exactly.
not, I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
talking about a transcript. I'm
That's
talking
why
about
listen.
there's an AI
A set
component that
of-
summarizes it.
yeah. You know what though? I will tell you, there's a lot of people that are trying to get their hours in for that abatement. And I think that's a great idea. I mean, it's volunteer work, and if our meeting goes an hour, they get credit for an hour. If or maybe an hour and a half if they have to, type them up or whatever.
I like that idea.
I do. I think it's a fabulous idea.
It's a good idea, though.
And then he's gonna take the recommendation, put it in there, and then his supporting statement.
Yeah.
I know.
What's up,
Bob,
Tim?
what you need to get up on the screen for us is what Allison already
Yep.
gave
Yeah,
us.
gave us. Yep. And I
Yes.
sent one out afterwards. I apologize. It's been
No, no, don't apologize. Got it. Thank you.
it's yeah, work has just been, it is what it is.
Yeah, got it.
So
I'm
yeah.
with you right now.
Also,
Bye.
do we need to find out more about what's happening with Tony?
We
I actually had a lengthy he's going to be joining us if
He's
he's
gonna
not
be
already here.
7, so.
What's
Yeah,
the
he'll be on the
timing?
call.
What did you
I told
find
him,
out from him in terms of the timing and everything?
So he is in contract negotiations,
Actually,
and the negotiations will probably run. He probably won't have a completed contract until
I didn't get invited
just
to the
before
party,
the
but he wants
elections,
my vote.
and he will
What elections? Our town?
Yeah, town elections. So the
Okay, the
20, I think
22nd.
the 22nd, I think is what he was talking about. And he said the contract
Which he supported.
will, he
And
wasn't,
to the point of either Sheila or
he couldn't say it, he could guarantee it, but it looked like it would be a July 1st start or something around that, where he's able to finish up work here in Nahant and he's able to start slowly working on with them. So it's again, I hope I'm not giving out too much information, but it's essentially it's he'll be there for town meeting.
But
And
what happens in terms
And
of,
it's a done deal.
do we get an interim? What happens? Do you know?
we so theoretically, he was telling me, according to the rules, you essentially cannot assemble and it has to do with contract law. You can't assemble a search committee, or a search committee literally can't start searching until the position is vacated, which
What?
is really, yeah. So because somebody was joking with me, well, if you're going to be the next town moderator, you got 4 positions you're going to have to appoint. And I'm like, what? And it's like, well, no, maybe Dave can appoint him before I go, because, and they're like, no, he can't, because anyways, once his we can have conversations about, once he has a signed contract with another community, then we could start to assemble our teams, just because we know they have a signed contract, so he's theoretically going to be gone. So that's where we're sitting, but he will be here for town meeting. He will have time. He's got a lot of vacation time, he said he has to kind of take up, and he will be here to, as far as interim goes, I don't know how that's handled. I don't know if it's something where, somebody can step in. But yeah,
All right. Why don't we start by calling this meeting to order?
yes, good
We
idea.
do have a
Thank you.
quorum.
We do have a quorum?
We do. We have
Okay, good.
5 of us.
All right,
We need
excellent.
to, let's
I'm
solve
like
the
wicked
minutes.
confused about time right now. It's not 5:35, it's 6:34.
Correct. Yes.
I'm in a different time zone, and it seems like every one of my devices is displaying a different time.
That's great. I do that too, because I travel in different time zones. So
Yeah, the phone has one thing, the computer has
Yep.
one, my watch has another thing. And I
yes,
haven't reset the watch since daylight savings time. So I'm
You're-
like, all right, it's 6:34. We have a quorum of the finance committee. Present from the finance committee is Bob Vanderslice, Barbara Beatty, Tim Bell, Peter Barba. I think you just turned into a map, Peter, and Deborah Warren. Oh, and Melanie's joined us too, and Melanie Drayton. So thank you, everyone.
Minutes.
Minutes.
Dan's here too. I see Dan
Okay.
McMacken.
All right, and Dan has joined us. So we also have, I invited the planning board, so it looks like Sheila and
Bianchi,
Bianchi. Shannon?
Shannon Bianchi. I'm sorry.
And Barbara, I'll volunteer to take minutes tonight, since
And
I
we're gonna-
technically did not do anything on Tuesday.
And we're gonna do them in the format, which means it's just that spare outline
Yep.
format that
Minimalist.
we got sent, remember?
The one that I sent you guys?
Yeah, there's one that, and Deborah had it too. There's a
Yeah.
link to it, and it's very spare. It's just who did what, the votes, that's it.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you,
let's see.
Tim.
Yep, we are joined by, like I said, the planning board. I took the liberty of calling Sheila this afternoon and asking her if she wanted to join us briefly. So I think, out of respect to them, let's do that piece first.
Yep.
Sheila, I put you on mute and you are still on mute. So I think you were going to have to take yourself off.
I'm off now.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
That's really weird. It says you're on mute, but we can hear you.
No, they're off of mute now.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait, I see. My button is actually a verb.
Oh,
the verb mute. If I push it, it will mute them.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's nice to see you. Thank you, Bob, for the invitation, and I reached out to Shannon, Vice Chair, since we are in the throes of the recommendation for your FinCom booklet for the annual town meeting. And some possible floor amendments that we're working with Tony, which we are going to be meeting with him tomorrow. So I did take the liberty, and I have a draft that I sent to Tim. That is the, I called it supporting statement, but it'll be a recommendation, I guess, maybe from the planning board.
Yes.
And what I didn't send to him, but is a statement from Tony Barletta, our town administrator, on behalf of the Nahant Board of Selectmen, that he did send to us at our public hearing. I think he may want to add that to the book himself versus in adding it with our statement. But I also sent some possible floor amendments to Tim. And I know you'll be working with Tony and whoever the new town moderator is. We'll have to, look at that, but I sent at least to Tim a draft.
We
Okay,
may
that
be
the
able to,
planning
we may
board's
be able
all
to
in
cover
support of.
that future town moderator thing here with one meeting.
Well, we only have one person running, correct? And unless a sticker wins, I don't know.
for what?
Town moderator.
The new town moderator.
I don't know nothing about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I know I got one vote. Somebody voted an absentee ballot and they sent me a text message and said, you got at least one vote.
Elon, did you also send that supporting statement?
So
to
Peter, your own
Bob?
vote is in doubt then?
Yeah, exactly. Well, all right, 2 votes, maybe 3 because I got a wife, but maybe my daughter votes for me too, but I don't know. Tim, excuse me, I sent it to response to Allison's email.
Well,
No, my question was,
Oh,
Sheila,
you're,
did you also send your draft supporting statement or your?
Oh.
Hi, Sheila.
Yeah, you're breaking up, so it's like you've got a stutter. But did you see it in an email? Tim Bell at sv@gmail?
Yeah, I just got it moments ago, and I also just forwarded it to Bob.
oh,
So Bob, if you open the attachment, you could show everybody their supporting statement.
yep. There it is.
Okay, and for the record, FinCom folks, I titled this wrong. So I was at the office in Manchester literally 45 minutes ago. Finished this up and was on the phone with Tony, explaining it to him. And so on my way here, so I drove directly here so I could be a part of your meeting tonight.
Thank you.
So the supporting statement should actually be recommendation. So the town administrator actually is the person who would provide a supporting statement. So I titled it wrong. So that's the first thing that really, and the only really substantial thing on this particular document that will change is the title. The rest of it is good to go. It's a from the heart recommendation from the planning board. It's pretty cut and dry. It gives a real personal viewpoint from the board as we migrated through this process over the past 4 months. 6 months. And
Time flies when you're having fun.
yeah, just kind of kept it simple and kept it true to what our discussions were about.
Right. And I do owe an answer to Tim about the key points on why and what's different in the Nahant PADU zoning bylaw, different from the state, that we were allowed to make changes of, and that is one protected accessory dwelling unit per parcel, prohibiting the use of short-term rentals, requiring utilities to be connected through the primary structure, and requiring off-street parking
And setbacks.
So
with the setbacks.
I think the setbacks would have been, existed without, the setback rule would have existed without the, your bylaw.
That's incorrect.
It's
It would be
not-
Off-street parking, one space?
Yes. One space.
Thank you.
Yeah, without this bylaw,
Yeah.
I could, you know where my patio is, Tim?
Yeah.
With the big table, I could put an ADU right smack dab right on the property line,
right.
so.
Yeah,
and
under the
yeah,
state's law.
Under the state's law, without this bylaw. Right.
Setbacks.
So
This
just,
bylaw is good for the town of Nahant, for neighbors to remain neighbors,
Right,
okay?
and from a financial perspective,
To make
it
things,
saves money to the town. Because without this, you would see an ADU constructed, plans drawn up to have sewer, water lines coming, additional water lines, additional sewer lines coming from the street. And it would literally be protected, and the town would be on the hook for that.
yeah, so one of the other things too, and I gave up my electrician's license several years ago, so trying to think back on what the rules are for feeding one building from another. There are some codes that come into play with that, and I'm sure they would probably have similar codes on the plumbing side of the house. So yeah, I don't know. Again, I can't put that hat on anymore because I haven't been up to date on electrical codes in a long time, probably 10 years. But it's something that we may want to, or there may be an issue with that. There are certain, well, I shouldn't say there may be an issue with, it just might require specific things to happen in the way it's wired. I think you can wire
and that'll be the homeowner's responsibility.
correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's
rather
building
than a
code.
house.
That's
Yeah.
building code though. That's not bylaw.
I know what I'm saying. Yeah, but you can't create a bylaw that you cannot create a bylaw that
Okay. I see where you're going.
that goes up against building code or electrical code or whatever.
Yeah,
You
I
can't,
get- yeah.
you basically can't tell
No,
somebody they
Peter?
have to do it one way versus another. Yeah.
As I understand, them adding the restriction of sending all of the utilities through the main house
Yeah.
or the main building is an allowable restriction. It's like specifically defined as allowable.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. No, I'm just pointing out the fact that there may be certain things that are required to be done to meet that, which
makes it further difficult, which is
Yep.
not a bad thing.
right, exactly.
Well, it would seem that pulling the utilities from the main dwelling would actually be less costly than pulling them from the street in most cases. I think that, our objective is to discourage within the applicable Massachusetts laws, the construction of ADUs to the extent that we can. I don't know if that's everyone else's objective, but it's certainly my objective. And what I see happening in the town of Norwood is what I had actually suggested sometime earlier, and I realize Shannon and Sheila, that it's very late in the day to be bringing this up yet again. Peter had mentioned that our entire building code and building standards have needed a revision and an update for some decades, if not at least one decade. That the standard and specs for insulation, siding, wire gauges, pipe diameters.
Well, no, it's
all that
more the
sort of thing.
zoning stuff, Dan. It's more the zoning stuff that I feel needs upgrading. Not, I mean, we don't change code in town, but we do change zoning bylaws. So,
Right, you can get the whole point of the ZBA. But it all comes from our basic construction standards. My view is they should be among the most stringent in the Commonwealth. I see the
oh,
guy
right,
next to
right.
me. I mean,
Don't-
if these ADUs can be built on sonotubes or stacks of concrete blocks, nobody's gonna like it. If the siding can be the same siding that came on the shipping container it's made out of, nobody's gonna like it. And these are the sorts of things that I think are the things that we legally can influence under the mass law.
And I want to say something to that comment to you, Dan, very
Sure.
important. I do
Please.
believe all the building codes, electrical, plumbing, and actual structural, those codes from the state are revised
Right,
on a regular basis, and all our licensed inspectors, et cetera, are supposed to follow the most recent codes.
Are the building codes for ADUs the same as for any other structures, or are there special building codes specifically for ADUs?
Well-
Sheila, is your point here that this is a constantly evolving and upgrading standard so that our
Yes.
standards aren't frozen in time, so that any new spec has to be implemented?
Correct.
Is
That's
that the
supposed
case?
to occur.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Certain things are grandfathered. I mean, you know, in being an electrician, you deal with the code, but certain things are grandfathered in. However, when you go into upgrade certain things, you have to bring it up to ADA compliance, especially in public buildings. When you go in for electrical, you have to upgrade. You know, I think now there's a whole thing with arc fault breakers. You have to upgrade all of the bedrooms or arc flash. Yeah. So yeah, and all of that, all of the building codes come into play. And I think, again, I sat on the zoning board of appeals for somewhere between 9 and 11 years. After my third year on the zoning board, the one thing that I discovered is that our zoning bylaws have not been updated. And when I say updated, we've had some updates over the years, but it's usually specific items. There needs to be a wholehearted review of all of our zoning bylaws. We didn't have anything, you know, related to marijuana stores. We didn't have anything related to, we used to, we do now, but we don't have a whole lot on solar. There's a lot of things, you know, as everybody knows, there's a big thing going on down the street from me on Emerald Road. Part of that is if we had taken a look at our zoning bylaws and updated certain things, we might not be in situations like that. So I just think that, you know, this is aside from what you're working on here with
That's all beyond the
Patty.
scope of what we should be talking about.
No, it's not, Tim. We're the advisory and finance committee. We advise different committees. We advise to improve things in town. So again,
All right,
just,
so
you know,
can I,
making
can
a
I
point.
jump in here just
Yep.
as the chair? I suggest we do this. Let's kind of deal with three separate topics, and in the order I'm about to list them. One is this supporting statement. Two is,
Recommendation.
right, sorry, recommendation.
Yep.
Two is the and any of the floor amendments that may come up. And then three is the FinCom recommendation regarding this article, which right now contains a statement suggesting a comprehensive review and update of the zoning bylaws. So that's where Peter and Dan, that's where we can
Right.
talk about that.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm good with that. Yep.
Okay. So this recommendation, to me, this is fine. The only really like nit that I have is we have been using the word bylaw as hyphenated.
Yes. We can too.
And why would you do that?
I can do that, yeah, if you're
No, I'm
okay.
just saying, why would you do that?
Uh,
Are-
because that's the way we've always done it. I don't-
True.
I think you're right, yeah, I
Uh,
can catch that one, but,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it has to do with our esteemed co-members of the Finance and Advisory Committee, meaning Barbara and Deb. They're better at the English language
Okay.
than I think most people.
I didn't put a hyphen in my bylaw terms.
According to the internet, couple different things. By law, hyphenated is an older traditional form of the word. Bylaw is spelled BYLAW. And it's not hyphenated. That's according to the internet, but I don't want to get nitpicky on that either. The reason I composed it like that is because I'm composing documents that work like this all day long.
Mhm.
And we all use bylaw, so
Our,
that's.
our practice has
how I do
always
it.
been, but our practice has always been to hyphenate. I would vote that we just,
Well, you can hyphenate then.
okay, we will. If I have anything to do with it.
We'll look at,
Will not. You will.
we will look at our zoning bylaw, the front page. And we'll make sure that it's.
And it's not bylaws, plural. Bylaws plural would be Swampscott's bylaw and Nahant's bylaw together. Those are bylaws, but anyway.
All right, I just went
This
to
is
the
a
internet.
I think
I
we
went
should
to the
defer to
internet
Barbara.
and
She's
looked
the
up-
English teacher.
I looked up Nahant Charter and Bylaws, and there are two citations. One hyphenates it and one does not hyphenate it, but they both put it in the plural with an S at the end.
Oh, that's totally not ELA.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It doesn't, people will understand it anyway that it's written.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so
We have to also,
About-
wait a minute, we forgot one little thing, and that is the table of uses also was changed.
We'll send a revised document.
Yeah.
We're gonna include.
I just wanted to make sure you knew we were working on it.
The table of use,
It-
probably,
is there any value in listing out what the potential floor amendments might be as part of your recommendation?
yes, Tony and Dan Strip are working on it. So what that's gonna look like. They're gonna give that to us tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll get that to you all as well. But basically what that's gonna look like is in real time, we'll read the article. And then one of us will actually get up and go make the floor amendment, but it's gonna be listed in the book that that's coming. So people will expect it, floor amendment to be read by, Sheila or Shannon or whoever. And then we're gonna read that and then proceed with, the deliberation.
Yep. Okay.
I did send to Tim, our draft floor amendments as a whole document.
And I sent that off to Bob, but what I would encourage is like a 3 bullet point, these are what the changes are, as opposed to a full red line document in the recommendation or in.
Yeah, okay.
And Tony said that he was crafting some bullet point, kind of a presentation on that, so that's actually what it will look like. It'll be a little bit more palatable to the eye. If that's a thing.
Yeah,
Okay, palatable to the eye. Pleasing to the eye.
easy to read and understand.
The eye doesn't have a palate.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, okay, so
Further down,
keep going. I
Yeah.
thought it was Article 25.
It is. Section 15.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
there we go.
All right,
Yes.
so this, let me make this bigger so people can read it. So this is our recommendation. And typically what we've done in these meetings is just kind of read this and wordsmith it. And Tim, you have been consistent with your colleagues there.
Except for the lack of capitalization.
I have to agree with that. Yeah, violation of capitalized. I read it, that sounds good. Of course, you know, you're independent, you're your own independent body and, you know, whatever you'd like to recommend, you can recommend.
But there are no errors of fact anyway in this.
Not that I'm seeing.
Be more in the discussion of the discretionary restriction. I wasn't aware that the setbacks, absent the bylaw, that setbacks would not apply. For example,
Really? They don't.
that's what,
They certainly do, so then you probably wanna change that. Because they certainly do, that was one of the main focuses of the document.
so what you said a moment ago was, if this bylaw doesn't pass, then an ADU could be built on the property line. And I wasn't aware of that, and that's probably worth adding.
Yeah, and it's not just that. If this bylaw doesn't pass, I could build a 5-story building on my property.
I'm sorry, a what?
A 5-story building possibly on my property, as long as it's 900 square feet. It'd be nice and tall and skinny. But there's a lot of other things, that come into play with the restrictions. Because we were limited so much by the actual law to what we could and could not do. They, you know, in the what do you call them, regulations, they were very strict with what we, or how we could restrict these protected ADUs. And they basically, every restriction that was originally promised in the fall of last year fell away. Originally, they told us that we could control the height of the building. And at the end of the state's work on their regulations, they said, nope, you can't do that. Originally, they said that we would be able to restrict other things, and those other things kind of went away as well. But one of that was where I was tipped off primarily was the change in height. Because originally we wanted to establish them as 1 story high.
15 to 16 feet.
Right. But they took that away from us. So the only thing we were left with that we actually could restrict, or could control rather, is the dimensional, the boundaries, the setbacks. About, you know, where these things are going on the lot.
And parking.
And parking, they, and whether or not we could use, they allowed us to ban for short-term rental. Basically, they gave us three things to choose from. And their
I didn't
intention was that they wanted to offer to towns to be less restrictive than single-family homes, and for us to pass a bylaw that says, yes, you could put an ADU 5 feet on the 5-foot setback, or 5 foot on the side setback, or the rear setback. So there are communities out there in Massachusetts that are passing laws that say, yeah, you could do a 10-foot setback or a 5-foot setback on an ADU. We took the advantage of the situation to make them as stringent as a single family home on Nahant, given Nahant's already dense layout.
So the ADUs will have to meet the existing setback rules.
Absolutely.
Is
For
there
a single family
anything,
dwelling. Yeah.
is there
For
anything
district.
that would prevent an ADU enthusiast from making an ADU out of a shipping container?
No, there's not. That would be viewed as either restrictive or unreasonable design standards. We cannot impose any design standards. And a shipping container, the way that it looks is a design standard. So if we put anything like that in, it would get kicked out. If we even said the ADU has to have the same cedar shake shingles as the house does, that would have gotten thrown out.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
100%. That's too restrictive. So I think the intention, to be quite honest with you, is the developer's intention through their hundreds of thousands of dollars that they've lobbied the legislature to get this passed. And what's happening with developers is they're really pushing tiny houses and kits that are very easy to purchase, very affordable to purchase. They show up, a builder just puts it together within a week. Those took off in California 5 years ago, and they've taken off every other major state along the way, all the way as the trend circled up to the Northeast. And so that's a fact of life. So you'll see a lot of interesting looking ADUs in Massachusetts. Maybe not so much in Nahant because we're built out and it's going to be pretty difficult for somebody to squeeze an ADU in. But yeah, they could use a shipping container if they want.
There is one caveat, hold on, one caveat, and that is just like the suggestion is looking at our zoning bylaws now. If we make changes to site plan review for new dwelling units, then any ADU would have to meet the same rules.
Yes, my
No,
point
we don't
exactly.
have anything,
Yeah, but
okay?
so Dan, I followed this. I followed, and let me first thank you to the planning board for the work that they did in this, because I attended a bunch of their meetings. Essentially, the ADU has to comply with the same zoning bylaws set forth on any other residence. They cannot be any more restrictive, and that's the way it looks, the way it acts, the way it sits on the property. As long as the ADU conforms with all the other setbacks and things like that, they could build a treehouse and call it an ADU if they want, as long as it meets current building code and
the zoning that applies to the property.
to the main property. So, to Dan's point, somebody can certainly go out and put a shipping container in their backyard, and as long as it's within the footprint of other zoning bylaws for setbacks and it meets building code, they can do it.
May I ask a question about parking? Barbara said something a minute ago about one parking lot, which is as much as is allowed, correct? One parking spot.
One additional to the required for the principal dwelling unit.
Okay, but there's no cap on how many cars, if you could fit 2 or even 3 cars in that spot, there's no cap on that?
No, ma'am. The way that the law reads with that is that we can't control occupancy. So an occupancy would determine number of cars. In some cases, maybe there's one guy that wants to live in an ADU and he has 3 cars. Well, we could provide him with at least 1 space of off-street parking. So if the builder wants to build 2 or 3 spaces and he has enough room, then it meets the least part of the park.
Okay, and my second question about caps was, there is no cap on the number of residents.
Correct. Yeah, we were prohibited, that's a prohibited regulation from the number of units in town. We were prohibited in any kind of discretionary with age or rental terms or any of that stuff.
Is there a restriction for the number of occupants of an individual unit?
That's what I meant to ask. Thank you, Bob.
Yes, we can't lay that out, say that you can only contain 4 residents. That's prohibited.
So there's no cap is what you're saying? on occupancy.
Correct. Well, there's no cap on the number of ADUs in town, and there's no cap on the individuals in that ADU.
So
That's a
you could,
prohibited regulation.
you could build an ADU and have 20 people living in it?
Right, that's what I'm,
Well,
The practical limit is.
Again, I think that's kind of an obtuse question. Because again, there's building code and there's occupancy requirements for the building inspector to sign off on.
Yeah, it's nine, it's only,
Not
it's
20. I wouldn't say 20, but regardless of the number, we wouldn't be able to write that into the bylaw.
right.
Right,
And,
it's
and
not
it,
a bylaw question, that's a building code occupancy code.
Correct, yeah, that's a
Correct.
building inspector question.
and there's,
Limited to 900 square feet.
it's limited to 900 square feet. So whatever, what you can fit in 900 square feet. I mean, you know,
That's
a
right.
family of four is going to be kind of tight. But it can, you know, but we can't restrict it.
We can't restrict it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Shannon, the 900 square feet, you mentioned that we were unable to control the elevation and the number of stories of these things. Is the 900 square feet considered to be included in the upper floors? Should they be built as multi-story units?
Yeah, so, no, what we were able to do with this document is I was able to take into consideration the concept of someone with a garage with a pitched roof, cutting the top of the pitched roof off, and then building a two-story, 900 square foot ADU on top of the garage. That was in my mind. So that's why we were able to limit the height by saying the height of an ADU shall be the same as the height of the single family dwelling in the district. We have two districts, one's 35 and one's 30. That was the best I could do with it.
But the 900 square foot isn't the footprint on the foundation. It's
No,
the total floor space in the
Total floor, yeah, the
I
total.
believe it's the total living space, which is the same as for a regular house, where if you have an attic that's unfinished, it's like you have headroom above 7
Yeah.
feet tall.
That's right, it wouldn't be considered livable space,
So it would
like
be the
my
same
basement's
space
not livable.
measured for the primary dwelling.
So that's how I was able to kind of
Thanks, Tim.
keep it under 30 feet.
Could one construct a multi-family ADU?
No. This bylaw, I think, yeah, one per lot and.
So, okay, yep, one per lot, that answers the question.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, I would like to make a suggestion about this recommendation. What I think we should do is we should take the last sentence, discussions related to this bylaw, blah, 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 and turn that into the first sentence of a separate paragraph
Highlight it, okay.
and then beef it up. So it'll say discussions related to this bylaw have highlighted the need to update the entire zoning bylaw, which we strongly encourage. I don't know, the last time the zoning bylaws have been comprehensively updated was more than, well, I don't know.
1991.
Oh my gosh, more than, I can't even do the math.
She did it.
More than 30 years ago.
1991.
Yeah,
More than
did it.
30 years ago. And much has changed since then. For
Yep.
example, and we can just start to list out this stuff.
What would be some of those highlights, Bob?
I was hoping you would all chime in with what they are.
What?
because
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
it's everything we've been discussing up to now.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can we be released if we're no longer needed, but while you guys dive into your document and.
Well, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
appreciate it if you would just look at, and the FinCom has not even seen this. So I'm just
Does-
asking for your commentary on this.
Does Allison have it?
Nope, I have this.
You have it.
Look at the screen. I think I'm sharing my screen.
you
You
are,
are.
So this
Yes.
is the proposed cover letter that will go in the book. So this is the letter that appears in the beginning from the Finance Committee. Just look at the paragraphs here related to to
Bylaws,
bylaws, housing bylaws in particular, and
singular.
just make sure there's no errors of fact in this.
Can you send it, because we'll work on it tomorrow?
No, we don't have to work on this. This is just what they're putting in.
That's what they're putting in.
I like that
Yeah.
first paragraph.
Yeah.
We've got throughout.
I
this-
don't like increase housing stock and offer more affordable housing, because the 3A law does not specify anything about affordable housing.
Right.
Well-
You know,
Doesn't.
it doesn't.
And the ADUs don't either now.
And the ADUs.
Well, and just as a side note, it's so strange that this came out of the affordable.
Housing,
Right.
and they dropped all of
Okay.
it.
And they
And they
We'll-
dropped it all. Yeah. So
We'll
what
change, we'll change and to or.
Yeah, I would say, and I would keep it at and hope to offer more affordable housing, because that's all it is a hope. I mean, again, there was verbiage in the ADU, and there may have, I can't remember if there was any verbiage related to 3A, but I don't think there was. And they stripped it all away. So it doesn't say anything about, I mean, I think if they left affordable housing in there, some people may be swayed a different direction, but I think it's as our soon to be former selectman Josh Antrim once said, it feels like state overreaching, and I tend to agree with him.
I'm lost in the second paragraph. That's over my head. But I really like the first paragraph.
What don't you like about it? And
Well,
No, I
the number of new units will add value. I don't know how much.
Yeah, and it
Right,
says
that's what we're
the
trying to
town will
say.
incur
And-
additional expenses with
and-
the amount dependent on the number of demographics of new residents. That's a long sentence and I don't know what it means. And then the demographics of the new individual residents will determine the services the town must provide.
I'm not so sure.
I'm not so sure on that. Like, I get it, but I don't know what that means either. Are you talking police, fire? Are you,
yeah, we're talking police,
Cool.
fire, and in particular, education.
IEPs.
I mean, that's,
I'd spell those things out, maybe.
yeah, but I mean, it looks really, I mean,
Okay,
and I don't
but
mean to
wait,
say, I don't mean to
but wait,
say you
there's-
need to change that, Mr. Chairman. I'm just saying that I'm a country boy. I don't understand stuff like this
So-
very well.
That's
Especially when it comes to like that. I mean, I can read law all day.
it's a good comment, because if you don't understand it, then there's
Others won't. Yes.
others won't either. So thank you.
Okay.
And then there's these two additional paragraphs. And this is now Article 25.
And
I like that.
only has one zoning bylaw.
PADU.
I like that. That third paragraph is spot on.
I think they're all PADUs.
Yeah, they're all PADUs.
Everything technically is PADU, but I think just for the general public, they'll understand the concept of ADU.
I
Yeah,
agree
right.
with that. I think
But
that's really-
ADUs were the original, and so other communities like the town of Swampscott do have an ADU bylaw, and they now have to rewrite theirs to a PADU.
But
And
Nahant
only
did
ADUs
not.
are,
Yeah,
we did not.
yeah, we call ours PADUs.
And I know legally it's PADU, but just for the people walking in, that I think that adds a little bit of
That's fine.
complication.
Yeah, for this particular document, which is going on the front cover, the first page, that's perfect for that page. But when they get into the meat of it, we should all use
Right,
PAD.
yes.
Well, you could do a disclaimer sentence that says exactly what we've been talking about, that PADU is the official term, but because people are familiar with ADU, this document refers to them as ADUs.
What does P stand for in PADU?
Protected.
Protected,
Protected use
Protected by the state
accessory
law.
dwelling unit.
protected,
Protected use accessory dwelling unit.
protected use. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Also, we're gonna have to go through and fly spec all of this because there's some things that are not grammatically correct here.
The fourth paragraph is spot on too, totally different subject, but that reads well.
On the third paragraph, I don't know if you want to change it drastically here, but just one comment. The way it reads is that the state passed a law, which then requires that the town must comply, and that we have the opportunity to pass a local zoning bylaw to further restrict it, which is 99% of the way there. A different way to say it is that the state law made protected ADUs legal by right, regardless of whether the town takes up this local bylaw. So
Yeah,
even if we don't do it, the state law overrides our local zoning, and protected ADUs would be allowed by right. So it's a little bit different. I can work with you on that one, Mr. Chairman, but
Okay.
if you want to.
I have to agree with what Tony said. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we're
I
gonna,
think it kind of is important because there's going to be folks who will go to town meeting who may want to vote no on this. And the important part that I want to make sure that they understand is voting no doesn't mean that ADUs aren't going to be allowed by right in Nahant. They will be.
Right.
That's
We need
important.
to be clear in the recommendation.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, that's very important for people to know. We can't stop them from happening.
Right.
What this allows us to do is
To
to,
somewhat control it.
exactly,
Correct.
in a careful way that, yeah.
yes, it implies that, but it's probably not as direct as it should be. Yeah. Okay.
When do you want to do the fly specking of these? Later? Well, let's let
Well,
people finish up later.
What I was hoping to do is, can we fly spec at least Article 25 since we've started?
Okay,
then-
well,
Can
In
we
the-
release the planning board first?
yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was gonna say.
Release
Let's
the
let them
planning
go.
board. Release the
You are
Kraken.
released the Kraken, yes.
Oh,
Are there,
yeah,
are there any other
Put
questions?
my
for-
grandmother's table asking to be excused.
Yeah, so we'll meet with you, Tony, tomorrow.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Great work. It's a
Thank you,
busy
Shannon.
Friday.
Thanks, Sheila.
Yep.
It's a lot of writing. All right, take care.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are we starting? We're right at Article 25?
Yeah, I mean, we're here, so
All right, yeah.
we may as well, right?
But what happened to what we just saw up on the screen? Because there were some things there that needed to be
Oh,
fixed.
all right, we can fix those. I don't really care.
Wait,
what
that's the letter? Right,
No.
that's the opening letter that you had up there earlier?
No,
Yes.
there's.
This is not.
about- It's
This-
about
this is
this.
not
It was
what-
about the ADUs and there's some things in there that need to be fixed.
Yeah, but that's the front, that's the opening letter. This
Yeah.
is the
Oh.
warrant. So do we want to work on the opening letter first, or do we want to work on the articles?
Oh, I
Let's,
see.
why don't we work on the articles so we can just be knocking those off and then do the opening letter at the end?
That's fine.
Okay,
All right, then here we go. So we're working on Article 25. What I heard was we had consensus that this first paragraph is fine. And we can argue about whether we want to hyphenate bylaw or not.
Why don't we just,
I don't care.
we've always done,
I think municipal discretion. I'm looking at with very little municipal discretion to create restrictions. I think while we're sitting here talking about it, I think people might be confused with municipal discretions. And it should, with very little ability to create restrictions through zoning bylaws, something like that. Because I think municipal discretion, while it's correct, it's just too
Yeah. it's better.
sophisticated, maybe. Yeah. No,
Well, it's not, well,
with very little ability to further restrict.
I
It's
like,
not the state
State.
zoning bylaw, is it? Isn't it our own?
no, it,
You know what, I would say very,
law. I don't know if that would be a state bylaw.
That's what I'm trying to say.
yeah, I think,
That's why I
I think it
avoided
would
it.
be ability to further restrict
You just say
the
mandate.
state law, the
State
state
law.
mandate, or state, no, it's state law. I think it's law now, so it'd be
Yeah.
state law.
Yeah,
It is a mandate, but it's a law.
The
Yep.
law is of February.
I mean, technically, we can't restrict the law. We
Right.
can only, I mean, just that would be wrong.
correct.
We have the ability to put some restrictions on the development of ADUs, but not restrictions on the law.
I like that.
Has it,
That's, I mean,
with very little ability to further restrict through our zoning bylaws,
by law.
by law,
It's-
sorry.
Technically, the main limit is that you don't restrict the ADU further than how you restrict principal or single family dwellings. So what the state's trying to do is to prevent you from over restricting the ADUs to prevent them from being developed and keep it consistent with what you already allow with
Right.
single family
So,
dwellings.
so right there, and must be consistent,
Right.
Bob,
I
must
I
be
don't know
con-
where you want to add,
right where you are, must be consistent.
what must be consistent?
Let me finish. Must be consistent with single family dwellings. With
Existing,
bylaws, with
No.
with existing single family dwellings.
Yeah. Well, it's the bylaws for single family.
Right.
Right.
Must be
Existing
become
bylaws.
a state law, and the town must comply with.
I thought mine was-
No, you got must twice. I'm sorry.
the first sentence should be it should just be a very straightforward sentence. It should be the ability has already become state law, period.
Right.
Right. And the town has to comply with it. There is
And the
no,
town.
The
and
town
then we
must
started-
comply.
Yeah, exactly.
And must be consistent with
Well, not.
single
both.
family dwelling
So
bylaw.
what the concept that I tried to get across in the first draft of this is that the law is already in effect. And if we don't do anything, people can do more that we don't want. And this bylaw is putting in some of the restrictions that are allowable within the law.
Right.
I think that's
that-
more straightforward than this other
Yep.
language that's down below. Just the kind of wording that you said just now, Tim,
Is very straightforward.
that's
what-
correct.
do you remember what you said?
Yeah, go ahead, Tim. Spit it out.
Hold on. Jeez, you want, okay, I can read it to you.
And here you're freezing up. Maybe I'm freezing up.
Or you could just undo. Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're undoing.
What are we
Has already
undoing?
become state law with very little municipal discretion.
I think municipal discretion is too complicated.
Well, it's just, but it is the briefest way to say it, isn't it?
What's wrong with what's there now? I mean, to me, that's
Yeah, what's wrong with what's there now?
You could say
Well-
town discretion.
Requires
I'm-
the ADU to be. Not must, yeah, to be.
Yeah, I haven't, this is like a garbage sentence right now.
Okay.
The state law requires that
ADUs
ADUs, and we're not hyphenating.
No
that.
with,
hyphenating.
No
with, wait,
hyphen.
wait, with requires that bylaws for ADUs must be consistent with bylaws for single-family residents.
That's technically correct.
How about
Is it simpler to say the
the
state law
state law
requires that?
requires that ADUs must be allowed?
There you go. Follow the same bylaws. So
Residences,
Then
you didn't
says,
ask. You didn't ask.
Uh,
Oh, I see okay, got it.
oh,
By the way, the state law does not require that the ADUs follow the same zoning bylaws. They
Oh.
can be more flexible. They cannot be more restrictive than the existing.
yeah, and I think
Primary
you only
dwelling.
need that. I think you just need that must be, cannot be more restrictive. Yeah.
Tony, Shannon said something that I was a little surprised at. He said that absent this bylaw, you could build an ADU right up to the property line. There would be no setback requirement.
That's not true.
no, because that's
at least-
covered by the primary.
Right.
Mm, Meaning the state law would allow you to do that? I don't
No.
think that's
That's
correct.
what I interpreted what Shannon said, that absent us putting in our bylaw, that somebody could build like right up to a property line.
Oh,
for example.
yeah, yes, because
They
basically,
wouldn't be inherently subject to the setback rules.
right, they're not inherently subject to the setback rules because we have made no attempt to bring the state law into our zoning bylaw. I think he's right with that. I think if we did nothing, then people could just go and put a shipping container right on the edge of their property and turn it in because we didn't say you couldn't. We can't be more restrictive, but we can say they must follow the same bylaws as the primary residence.
Okay.
I think one of the biggest elements of not doing it is that there's no limit as to how many ADUs you can put on a property. That is something that is being made possible by this local bylaw that we're restricting it to one.
Have we
Do we
said
wanna
that
put-
here?
Do we want to put specific examples like
Well,
that?
have we said that we're restricting it to one? I don't see that.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
important.
we have.
Yeah, I think it's
Well,
in
it's
there.
in, I don't know if it's in your recommendation, but it's in the bylaw.
Okay,
All right, as long as it's somewhere.
I'm looking at the regs, Tim, to see if I can find your answer.
Because I think any buildings, any accessory buildings have to be within the setbacks.
No.
And an ADU would be an accessory building.
Don't we cover that more globally somewhere else? I mean, not just setback, but everything? You know what I mean?
How does that read now?
Hey, Bob, in this sentence, you say this bylaw, and in the previous sentence, you discuss ADU bylaws and zoning bylaws. So which bylaw? ADU or zoning, so that people don't get confused.
Hmm.
No, it's ADU, isn't it?
Well, it's
It is,
both.
it's a
So
zoning, the ADU, this bylaw is adding a new section to the zoning bylaw.
Oh,
So you can refer to it as zoning bylaw and it covers you.
let's not make it too,
Too wordy.
yeah.
Right.
Well, we could do it that way.
So in reading this recommendation, is it clear that if we did nothing, people can still build?
We need to say that.
I think that all along has been bothering me. I think we need to say if we do, or without this, or something that's
Yeah.
really
If we
tells
don't-
directly why we need it.
Yeah, if we don't vote for this, people can just do it anyway.
Without this new ADU zoning bylaw, comma, what follows?
We cannot prevent ADUs from being built.
Without this ADU zoning bylaw, ADUs are allowed on a less restricted basis.
Yeah, that does it.
What does that mean?
We
It doesn't-
cannot,
that doesn't scare anybody.
I think we need to say we cannot prevent ADUs from being built without, or something or other. It's the cannot prevent that they need to hear.
What are we preventing though?
Without, unrestricted, totally unrestricted ADU, something like that.
we cannot, we are allowed to restrict. We are not allowed to restrict or something.
Without
Maybe,
this-
maybe it'd be better. I'm thinking about it too. I'm going the other way, is something to the tune of, no, I don't want to say regardless of approval, but something to more on the, instead of a negative or a restriction, it's more like
Okay.
the state law
Yeah,
that
without
is
this,
now in effect allows ADUs to be built by right. And
I
this
don't think-
article reasonably regulates.
but this doesn't change
No,
that.
No.
This zoning bylaw, ADUs can still be built by right under this new zoning bylaw.
I think putting it negatively is clearer, actually, the way we have it now. Without, this is why we need, if we don't do this, then this is gonna happen.
You're right.
So the
Yeah, and
first sentence,
I'm not clear what will happen,
People can go ahead and build them however they want.
We can't
but subject to the state restrictions.
further
It's
restrict.
the reason it's hard to answer that question is because the regulations don't, the state law says that it's almost very straightforward. Says that they're going to be allowed by right and that EOHLC can put together regulations. Unfortunately, the EOHLC regulations, instead of saying, here's what you can do, it said, here's what municipalities are limited to doing. And so, for instance, the dimensional or I'm sorry, unreasonable regulation, or specifically to like design standards, dimensional standards, how the reg reads is municipalities shall apply the analysis, blah, 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 blah. to establish and apply reasonable zoning or general ordinances or bylaws or municipal regulations for protected use ADUs. But in no case shall a restriction or regulation be found reasonable where it exceeds a limitation or is inconsistent with the provisions described below as applicable. And then it basically describes in the reg what a unreasonable restriction would be. So it doesn't, the regs, when you read the regs, it doesn't really say what would be allowed if you didn't do a local bylaw. What the regs say is, here's what you can restrict. This is how far your restriction can go with your local bylaw. So when you ask what would be allowed if you didn't do a bylaw, that's where Shannon's getting his impression, is basically anything.
Well,
The regs are really.
I see that. Don't we want to say, wait, Bob, wait a minute. Don't we want to say without passage of this? That's what people really need to hear. Without passage, isn't that what we're, if people don't vote this in, without passage of this?
The only thing is that does add a whole extra
So
phrase.
I think for the purposes of town meeting, and again, is A, they are already allowed. B, the proposed article puts some allowable restrictions on their building.
Allows us to, is that what you
And,
said?
I mean, we don't need to go into recommendation. Oh,
Well,
maybe if I turn my video
we could
off.
simply say without passage of this article.
Yes, article.
Without passage of this new ADU zoning bylaw article, we will not be able to put, restrictions or something like that, right?
I think what we're trying to say is we think that the state law is insufficient. And unless we pass this law, the state law will apply.
Willy-nilly.
And there's kind of like no telling because it's insufficient and poorly defined and all of those.
Well, but I don't think that our town residents really care about this. I think what we have here is already is more direct. Without passing this thing, whatever, we cannot further restrict.
Yep, that's what we want to say.
Or maybe the town.
The town, right, the town cannot.
Tune can't either.
Construction? I don't know what else you want to
I
call
was
it.
just thinking, yeah, ADU construction.
Why didn't it just say cannot further restrict ADU construction?
Yeah. He's hesitating.
And
That's
cannot,
the simplest way.
okay, cannot further restrict
ADU construction.
ADU construction. This is an important point. We want to make it simple.
Right.
Yeah, but okay. It doesn't.
So this article creates some restrictions.
It allows us.
No, I mean, this article, if it passes, it creates some restrictions. That's all it does.
Mhm.
It doesn't allow any more of anything.
Right.
So do we want to create some restrictions or do we not?
What bad things happen if we don't pass this?
Then there are no restrictions.
Well,
Why
that's
is
what
it
it says
bad?
already. That's what it already says, doesn't it?
Why is that bad?
Then somebody can build up to the property line and your neighbor can build right up to your property line.
I mean, keep in mind too, that, you know, we're writing this. Yes, people want to listen to our recommendation, but there's so many minute details in this. I at least I hope that members of the planning board are going to get up and speak. Like when we get to the scripting section of town meeting, I would say that, you know, we get up there, we read, you know, we make the motion, we read, we may read the recommendation that we have, or we may change it slightly or reduce it or whatever, and then the next person to be identified as a speaker should be, you know, either Shannon or you know what I'm saying? Like, I think yes, we need to put as much information as we can. It needs to be basic, and then all of the explanation can be done through the first speaker at town meeting.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, we have to keep it high level.
Exactly.
And the high level is they can be built now. This proposed bylaw, if passed, will implement some restrictions.
Right.
Does it actually implement or allow
And then the
implementation?
other piece is, and
Bob, this is getting too long, that sentence there.
no, it implements. If it passes, that becomes a restriction.
I mean, I think you had the sentences prior to without passage of this new ADU zoning bylaw. Pretty much grab it. You're just looking for one more sentence.
Without passage of this new ADU zoning bylaw, the new state ADU bylaw will apply to Nahant without restriction.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that would be.
Will apply to Nahant without restriction. Just right there.
But that
Will
doesn't,
apply to Nahant without restriction.
I think you gotta step back for a
I
second
think
and read it
Tony's
from the
right.
beginning.
I think this is a sentence we don't even need.
which sentence?
Just say without restriction.
Wait, where are we?
So
without
without
passage
passage
of
of this
this-
new ADU zoning bylaw, the new state ADU bylaw will apply to Nahant without restriction.
I would
Right.
say applies to Nahant because it already does.
Yeah, applies to Nahant without, exactly, applies to Nahant without restriction.
Yeah.
But my question is what Tony said a minute ago. Do we even need this sentence we're arguing about, given the previous sentence?
With the way that Barbara just put that, without restriction, period. I think you can get rid of the next sentence, several sections of the state law.
Yeah, I
and go
agree.
right into it. It is our
And the other
understanding.
would be another paragraph.
Now, if you read if you read everything prior to that, it flows pretty good.
Yep.
The ability to build an ADU has already become state law, and the town must comply with the state law. State law requires that ADUs must be allowed, and that the local ADU bylaws cannot be more restricted than the zoning bylaws that apply to the primary residence.
Good.
New ADU zoning bylaw implements a few allowable restrictions that would not exist otherwise, including parking requirement and a limit of one ADU per property, thus minimally limiting ADU development. Without passage, the new state.
Do we need
bylaw.
do we need the thus minimally limiting phrase?
I'm neutral. It doesn't hurt, doesn't help. I mean, I don't think.
Yeah, but the goal would be to keep it short and straightforward, in my view.
Mhm.
So I think the thus minimally limiting is pretty obvious already without adding that phrase.
I agree. There you go.
Okay, that sounds good. So yeah.
Yep.
I like this.
So just in order of shortening it a little more, the first sentence doesn't need the second half of it.
Yes, good point. Good point.
Already
Yeah.
becomes state law, period.
Yep,
I had said that. It should just be bang. It's already
yep,
state law.
that's right. It requires.
Don't you need to cap bylaws again or not here? I don't know. I forget.
Yeah, you have to capitalize it if it refers to a
To-
specific set.
Got it. Got it. It's
And
fine. This is fine. Yeah, I think this does it.
Okay. All right, second
Good.
paragraph.
I
We-
agree with Tim that after any local restrictions, it is our understanding that the planning board should be a separate start to a new paragraph. It's easier to read that
I
way.
agree with, I think that's true.
Yep.
You need a little white space now and then.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, we need to finish the last sentence.
Yep, which maybe end up being more than one, but oh, yes.
Was 1991. That's what Sheila said.
Yeah,
Yep.
How about just saying the zoning blah blah has not been updated since, or was last updated in?
I believe there were some minor updates about 10 years ago.
Yeah, but that's, we put in an addition 2 years ago for number of animals. We did marijuana businesses, I think 2 or 3 years ago. What I'm talking about is a total rehab, which has not, a total review, which has not happened since 1991. And I'd even question what took place in 1991.
There you go. That says it.
Well, I think we don't need to put that.
you know, you're not
We hope
allowing
people can do the math.
any dramatic license. Okay,
Gotta be short rather than,
Yeah.
I think that's good.
I agree.
That's good.
but do we need more? Like, since 1990.
Do you
We
want
should
to give a
comprehensively.
couple, you want to give a couple of examples of
Yeah,
living
yeah.
space changes between then and now?
No, I mean,
Well, I would vote yes, but
okay, well, what are you gonna put in?
I don't know, Tim.
I think, let me just say this. I think what we have, discussions related to this bylaw have highlighted the need to update the entire zoning bylaw, which we strongly encourage. The Nahant zoning bylaws have not been
Bylaw.
comprehensively reviewed and updated since 1991. You don't need anything else.
I agree.
It says it right
I
there.
agree. And I don't
It-
think we want details because then that gets into a whole big discussion about
Right.
blah, 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 and which, nah.
Yeah, if we put one, we need to put them all.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think we've made our,
I think, yeah, we said what we want to say. It's just.
yep.
So I move that we accept this recommendation, allowing for corrections to bylaw versus bylaws and capitalization errors.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Um, all right, roll call vote. I can't even see the Zoom people anymore. So Barbara,
Hi.
Peter,
Aye.
Melanie,
Hi.
Deborah,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Dan, who has been
Aye.
strangely silent through this whole conversation.
No, he's,
And Bob votes aye, so it's a unanimous vote in favor.
Good.
Okay,
only took us an hour and a half.
but it is one of the more
I agree. Oh, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
contentious ones.
I think this is the most rewarding part of the entire process. And I think I said it last year as well. It'll probably be something that I greatly miss as I can hopefully move on to some greener pastures.
The fly specking?
Yes. Yes. I think, first of all, I love the term to begin with. What did you do tonight? I fly specked. Oh, really? You went fishing? No.
Oh, this is it right here. I want to take,
Hey, Bob, before we dive into the opening letter, can you just make a note to send us the updated version of the
yes.
tracker that says who has what
Yes,
recommendations?
I'm gonna
Yes.
send, I'm gonna send this, and I'll send the document we were just editing. This is gonna,
But what Melanie's talking about is that we had assigned people. There's a document that you have
yes,
in which people were assigned to different articles, and we don't have that doc and we need it.
yes.
Although we just have a few to go, right?
Yeah, but
I think
a
we've
few
only
of them
got
I
a few
think
to
may have
go.
been assigned.
They have been
Mm.
assigned, I thought.
Yeah,
Right.
No, wait, so
thank you, Melanie.
You're welcome.
um, I want to send that introductory letter to each of you, like right now. So pardon me for it's the draft. Where is it? It's on my desktop here somewhere.
I think it's an Excel sheet.
No, it's a Word document.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Are you looking for the letter?
Yeah. I'm looking for something that has like the words cover letter in its file name.
You had it open a moment ago. You can reopen it and save it where you know it will be.
Yeah, but I thought I saved it right here, which is okay. All right, so Tim, you're right. It's
You can
Zoom,
also, you could search on it. Cover letter.
but it's faster to do this file open. Okay, so we're going to save a copy of this to my desktop. Come on. So we want this to end up on the desktop. And it's called FinCom letter 2025.docx. Save.
Gee, what have you got Deborah Personal up there for? I'm not sure I like that.
It's a different Deborah.
Oh, oh, you're Deborah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go back to email here. We try to attach something. We try to attach something that's on the desktop. Well, maybe I'm not going to be able to do this.
Well, as long as you promise to do it, I don't think we need to see it right now, but you got to
Okay.
promise.
I promise.
But I
All
thought
right.
we're gonna go over it, aren't we, now?
That's
I thought
why
we
I
were
was
gonna-
trying to send
Well, I
it.
thought we were gonna do that after we look at all the
Oh,
recommendations.
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I wanted to
I mean,
get
it
it
doesn't matter
out
to
to
me,
you
but-
so you would have a copy of the damn thing. I saved it right here. You saw me do it.
Search on it, search on cover letter.
Cover. That's enough.
Just cover.
There it is.
Magic.
No, it had a 2025 in it, didn't it?
Yeah, that's 2024. Here's the,
Uh-oh.
oh,
Well, you can go back recent, maybe.
This is pissing me off, and I'm gonna give up in just a second. I don't know. All right, never mind. It was a wonderful idea, but I mean, here it is, right?
yes, here it is.
Why don't you just copy and paste it into an email or something if you.
That's what I was trying to do.
Well, copy it and,
Well,
but this is
okay.
the letter in front of you, right?
Copy the words.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
so you
saying.
don't lose it.
There, perfect.
Copy.
Now paste it into an email to us.
Now we're gonna go to email. We're gonna go to email. We're gonna compose a new email.
I've always hated trying to work on a computer when somebody's watching. I can
I
only
know.
imagine how stressful this is.
Oh, yeah, I'm not stressed. That's just annoying.
He's good at it.
Yeah, really. He's been doing this for how many years? He did this the first time he did this, there was no computers.
All right, so who do we have? We have Barbara Peter. We have
Here I am.
Barbara Beatty. We have Deborah Warren. We have Tim Bell. We have Melanie. We have Dan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I make 7. I don't have to send it to myself. Okay. Yay, finally, it's on
So
its
now
way.
you've got it captured.
Right. And I can always look in my sent mail if something really bad.
That's right. And you have about 7 people who have it in their dirty little hands also.
I can confirm received.
Wow, that was
I
quick.
did too. I got it too.
All right.
Well, I got it on my phone. My computer hasn't hit yet, but
All right. So, should we just start from the top?
Yeah,
I thought we were going to go over the warrant article recommendations first.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
All right. Article 1.
remember,
We don't have a
Melanie, Melanie had asked you, we had created a list of who was assigned to do which recommendations.
yes.
Do you still have
Yes.
that list?
I do. Well, at least it's Excel. Come on. That's not it. That's definitely not it.
No. Maybe we should just go on.
Yeah.
Let's just go on.
Okay.
So the
All right.
ones in yellow have not been
Have not been,
written or have not been okayed or,
depends, potentially both. In Article 1, I don't believe we voted on it because we don't know what it is yet.
That's
Right.
correct.
So we have neither a vote nor a recommendation.
well, you could just put
So
placeholder.
I can read you, because I have last year's
Right,
warrant.
but oh, that's true
But-
too, because the only thing we would need, you could we could type in the FinCom recommendation because,
From last year.
yeah, because these are transfers. We know we're gonna, unless something weird comes out, we're gonna pay the transfers, or excuse me, do the transfers.
Oh, last year there were none.
There we go.
Yep, that's
Here
fine.
we are,
it.
that's the list.
Yeah,
Give me long enough, I'll find it.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Are
What is
you
it?
seeing that?
BP is boilerplate.
Yeah,
yeah,
Right.
So this one, we have not voted it because we don't know what it is, and whatever we vote, we should just be able to pull the boilerplate from last year.
Except
Okay.
that last year there were no transfers. I'm looking at it.
yeah.
but this was a provision for transfers if necessary, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Exactly.
Correct. Allison or Tony, are we still anticipating no transfers?
I don't believe we have any right now. We will, that's something that we usually deal with the morning of, if there is anything.
Right.
Okay, so I have the boilerplate. What the boilerplate says is at the time this book went to print, comma, there were no transfer requests, period. No interdepartmental transfers are anticipated currently. Should any transfers be requested, the committee will provide specific details and explain the nature of the transfers and our recommendations in our motion at town meeting. And so what we had was no recommendation.
Right. So I would copy and paste that underneath it, just so we have it.
Yes, I agree.
Because if we're at that point now, we may be in the same, just in case we don't get back to it or whatever, we have the verbiage already there.
Or just put placeholder along with what, as a reminder or something, but.
Right.
Well, or we could vote it right now under the assumption that there will be none. And then,
Yeah, because it doesn't preclude us. Verbiage doesn't preclude us from having transfers come up at the last minute, right?
right,
Yeah, so let's just do that. That's a good idea.
so.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
I move that we, I so move.
Yeah.
What it's
And I'll
gonna
second-
say
I'll
is no
second it.
and what it's gonna say is no recommendation. That's what it says.
Yep.
I'm not gonna try to type the whole thing.
No.
No, I get
No.
it.
Insert from last year.
Right.
Yep.
Okay,
Perfect.
okay, we didn't vote on that motion, so again, I can't see the Zoom people anymore. Dan,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye, so that is a unanimous vote in favor. So off we go to Article 2, and it's the same
Same thing.
deal as what we just said about Article 1.
I move we do the same thing.
I second.
Which
And
would
I
be,
have
which would
the,
be recommended, correct?
it was recommended and I have all of the verbiage here. And we can just use the exact same, except we have to have the correct number.
Number, right.
Is there a motion?
Yeah. I
Oh,
yeah.
already moved it and Deb seconded.
Oh, okay. All right,
Yeah.
so then another roll call vote. Melanie,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. So this is going to be another,
Insert. And we have to wait until we get the actual number.
Yep.
But I
Which-
believe we're going to recommend it regardless of the number.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
okay. Prior year's bills.
Same thing.
deal.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we use the boilerplate from last year that we recommend. And we just need to put in the prior year bills that are
Exactly.
get
And what
presented.
the boilerplate was that there were two, it said there are two invoices from the prior fiscal year, and it gave us the actual amounts. We have to get all that from Allison. And then our last phrase there was the advisory and finance. We recommend payment of these invoices. But we
Okay.
have to get the information. Yep.
All right. And I'm sorry, but was there a
That's-
motion?
Yes, Peter made the
Yes,
motion.
Peter made the motion, and who seconded?
I'll
the
second.
motion? Barbara
Beatty.
seconds the motion. Roll call vote. Melanie,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Dan, Tim,
I,
Bob votes aye. Unanimous vote in favor. The salary and classification plan. We have not voted it. Today is the 10th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so those we all voted already.
10:15. About like, what is this, a Magna Carta?
Yeah, exactly. My good friends William and Norman will be stopping by shortly. Okay, salary and classification plan, we've not voted it. And this is one that Allison has thankfully taken over writing the article itself. Or writing our recommendation. And it's actually a pretty long recommendation. So I don't know, have we?
no, I think that is Melanie's.
Melanie wrote it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
But Bob is right. There is some additional information that Allison put in last year, which really breaks down everyone's salary that we don't have yet.
Okay, so what one way to handle this might be,
Come back to it.
well, we could come back to it, or we could vote it as is. And in our recommendation, refer to an appendix where all of that gory detail is, rather than having all the gory detail kind of embedded in the list of articles.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. Do you want to turn that into a motion?
Wait, what is it you
Yes.
just said? Because I'm reading all this stuff that's in the old warrant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a
So,
lot.
On the, wait, on the recommendation, I just would suggest that the second word be changed to article.
And we have to change the third word to. Yeah, see this recommendation is written assuming all the detail will follow here.
Yeah, but basis.
No, Tim is right. It should say this article discusses the salaries and wages of non-elected employees. And then we would have to point them to the appendix for it if that's how we're going to do it.
Yeah, I think it should say then this article establishes the salaries and wages of all non-elected employees
Yes.
Or approves.
Just,
or approves. That would work too. or establishes and approves.
That's good.
And then we want to say something like for a comprehensive
It won't be an analysis as much as a delineation.
Breakdown.
So all of the information won't be here because it is in in last year's warrant.
Yeah, I know it is, and has been in prior years too.
I think it should be in an appendix. It's so long.
What about this statement that the town must take 2 steps before actually paying employees? Set the rate of pay, blah, blah, blah. Fund the line items containing the wages, blah, blah, blah. Are we, that stuff, do we need that or not?
That we might want to move up into the recommendation.
It was in the recommendation.
Yeah, yeah. Comparative. And then what, I forget who was it? I guess it was Melanie that brought up the question. There is, in the old one, there's a sentence that says something about, that tries to describe how it works. So the idea was that this article doesn't authorize funding. It just sets out what the salaries are. The actual funding mechanism is the omnibus.
Oh, I've got that. I have all that verbiage right here. That the town must take 2 steps before
Yeah, that's
actually
exactly.
paying.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was, sorry, Barbara. I thought it was Melanie, but I guess it was you.
Yeah, I have it. It's all right here in last year's warrant.
Should we include that here in this recommendation?
And it explains, it mentions the omnibus and all of that. I don't know, it's a short paragraph, very short.
Then let's put it in. I think that's a good idea.
But we're all okay with moving the detail to the appendix? Because I guess it was with the recommendation last year.
Yes.
Mhm.
Historically, it has
Okay,
been.
but there's another whole long thing here, sorry. But then after that short statement, then there's this section about the town may set the rate of pay step 1 above using any of the 4 mechanism, blah, blah, blah. Then it's got the rate setting mechanism, approval mechanism, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's got for clerical, firefighters, police, DPW, and teachers unions, individual contracts with various town government agencies, and elected officials.
I would put that with the detailed breakout.
Yeah,
So if it's in the appendix, I would put that with the appendix. If it's with the recommendation, I would keep it here.
It is with the recommendation here.
and then, okay, Tony, are you still with us?
Yes.
So if we move it to an appendix, what's our motion? Our motion would be we move to approve the salary and classification plan as presented in the FinCom book as appendix such and such?
But wait a minute, what about all this thing I just told you about now? These 4 categories.
The detail,
That's
I,
it.
I would suggest that the detail go with the line by line detail. So if that's an appendix, the detail you just described would go in the appendix as well.
The rate setting mechanism.
I
Yeah.
think so too. It
Okay.
belongs there.
Okay.
Okay, so Tony, I guess my question is, if we move it to the appendix, are we okay in doing that? Or how does the motion itself work? If, or not work?
I'm trying to think of how we currently do it, and where Article 4 and then all the salary classification information is within Article 4.
Yeah,
And you guys are thinking about trying to shrink that and move it to shrink it to
yes,
an appendix?
yeah. As I remember, the motion is, I move that we vote to amend the bylaws, blah, 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 section, subsection, blah, as presented in the FinCom book on pages so-and-so. And I don't
I
think the
think,
motion would change. We'd just refer them to the appendix rather than to something that's embedded in the recommendation itself.
yeah, let me, the warrant, uh, the information provided in the FinCom book under Article 4 is in addition to the warrant that actually gets posted. So it shouldn't be a problem as far as notice to the residents. Sorry, I'm thinking this through out loud. The warrant itself that gets posted doesn't include the salary classification plan within it,
Yep.
and it satisfies the legal requirement of notice. So I don't see why it would be an issue moving that into an appendix. And then we would just, as far as what the motion says, we can figure that out later. Let me double check with Allison and Dan, but I think what you're trying to do isn't problematic.
Okay. All right. But I guess then for this meeting, as a procedural matter, should we hold off on voting this one until we get a yay or a nay back from Tony and legal?
I would recommend it, yeah.
Have you received the salary classification plan? I know Allison and I were trying to get to that today, and
No,
I know
we
we
haven't
didn't
yet,
sit down
Tony.
with her.
Oh, all right.
Okay,
No, we
so
don't
you
have it
shouldn't,
yet.
so you should defer anyways.
We should
Yeah.
defer anyway, exactly. Okay. Then off we go. Article 5. I just think we should add the word below here.
Have we voted that one?
No,
I don't think so. We have not.
Article 5.
This is.
Oh, I got it here. Okay. Article
I
5.
don't see any reason why we can't vote it and vote it and the recommendation itself. If anyone
Okay,
would
so
care to
what we
make such
did-
a motion.
Yeah, the way we did it before, it is, yeah, position, selectman, constable, assessor. That's what's here. We just don't have the 151.
so Barbara, I
We've
did get
got the
this
numbers
from,
now. Yeah, we
yeah,
have
I
the
got it
numbers.
from Allison, so the numbers are correct.
Yeah, this is correct. Melanie got this all correct.
Yep.
All right. So would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move.
And I'm assuming you are moving,
I'm moving that we accept the recommendation as written.
so we are both recommending it and approving the language that we see here.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, you two work out whoever wins that battle. All in favor. So Melanie,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
did I miss Peter?
Aye.
Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. Article 6.
Now I have a question. Oh, the order has been switched. Article 6 last year was the omnibus. And water and sewer last year was 7.
Yeah, I don't think it matters, does it?
No, I'm just saying that. Nope.
Yeah.
I don't see why.
Yep, we're fine.
Okay, so no, we just voted to recommend it, and we approved the written recommendation.
Yep.
And we did the same actually for 25, so let's catch 20. Oh, we didn't even, I don't even have 25 on my list. Yes, I do. All right. So where are we here? We just did this one. This is the water and sewer capital. We had previously voted to recommend this, but we have not yet voted on the language itself. So we're here. You are here. That. Stop. Go away. Go away. Thank you.
Looks good to me.
I like it.
Okay.
What about the we have since learned? Can't we just go straight to, oops, okay.
Go ahead.
Can't we just go straight to the water meter program can be funded with the MWRA? We don't need the we have since learned.
Yeah.
You don't need the we have since learned.
I had just suggested that to explain why we had a different funding mechanism before and we're changing it.
Yeah. Or does it help if we somehow in the first sentence say this article changes the funding mechanism voted in a previous town meeting or approved by a previous town meeting, then the phrase we have since learned makes more sense.
Or would it make more sense to say this article changes the funding mechanism from whatever it was in the past to the MWRA 0% interest loan?
You can do that too.
Then I'd have to remember what the funding was in the past.
Yeah,
It
I
was-
have all the funding in the past. It was quite complicated. It's all laid out here.
It was borrowing though, was it not?
It was part free cash, I believe.
Is this the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund we're talking about? Usage fees, enterprise fund, transferring from the general fund.
No, this was the water meter one last year.
Oh, water meter one last year. Oh, wait, where's the water meter one last year? So that's water and sewer enterprise.
It might be water capital.
Okay. Water sewer paving? No. Compost, recreation, pumping, stabilization, paving. Oh, water capital. Okay, let me see. Water DPW capital. See if the
What-
town will vote to raise and appropriate from the
What
available.
article number it is? What
It
article?
was Article 16 last year. It was last year, it was Article 16. It was called Water DPW Capital.
Right. And it says it pretty clearly in our, here in the warrant.
Article 16 in 2024, Bob.
Yeah, 2024 warrant.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm confusing
There you
budget
go.
years with town meeting years. Yeah.
And it needs to be let that the apostrophe needs to be between the R and the S. There you go. There you go.
Okay. I think that reads better.
Yeah, article
Um,
changes funding measures for water. At last year's town meeting. In the town meeting, isn't it in the 2024 warrant? Not in the town meeting, isn't it? In the paren, Article 16 in the 2024 town meeting, what's it called? It's called,
Town meeting warrant, probably.
Town warrant. Article 16 in the
warrant, it's
2024.
warrant.
It's warrant. In the 2024 town meeting warrant.
actually, it's called the report and recommendations of the advisory and finance
just-
committee.
Oh,
How about that?
okay.
Let's just make it real simple. Article 16, 2024 town meeting, and we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, fine. Yep.
Yep.
That's
Good.
fine.
Okay. Tony, you can help with this.
Yep.
This Article 6 kind of goes together with a later article. And I'm wondering whether in our recommendation here, it would be helpful to note that.
Which article was that?
I'm not
If-
sure.
We
If
need this
you-
money because we're
if,
using
if-
part of it. We're using it to fund some other things.
It's two separate things. One is library
Exactly.
and one is DPW. But if you would prefer to keep your recommendation specifically to what this article is doing, which is rescinding, I am going to add a supporting statement to this article that can explain those other projects in a supporting statement.
That makes sense.
That's fine, as long
That's
as,
better.
as long as we make it clear to the town meeting participants that, you know, they kind of go together.
Yeah, I think it's cleaner that way. Again, technically, the debate on the floor related to Article 6 should not really get into the other articles that are made possible if this article passes.
I
The
agree.
debate should be strictly related to what this article is seeking to accomplish. So
Yeah,
it
but
makes
some-
sense for your recommendation to kind of fall in line with that. But my supporting statement is, all it is a supporting statement. So it has a little bit more freedom, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, but somebody has to explain the big picture of what's going on here.
Yeah, I'll do
And-
that in my supporting statement, and I will be doing that on the floor.
Yeah, okay. And I don't know, to me, if nobody else is gonna do it, then we should do it. But if you're gonna do it, that's cool, that's fine.
That's
All right,
good.
so we have recommended, we've already voted to recommend this article. We just need to vote the language as written here, if that's what we want to do. So we need a motion, basically.
Do we want to refer to Tony's supporting statement or just leave it as is?
I think we don't need to.
Okay,
put
take it
words
off. Don't.
because
Let's
it's
just
gonna
leave
be
it.
right below that.
Yep,
Then-
it'll be right there. So this looks good.
So I move that we recommend, or that we approve this language.
I'll second
I'll
it.
second. Yeah.
All right, so motion made and seconded. I'll see if I can do this from memory in a different order. Dan,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
I think I forgot Peter,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. Okay, Article 7 is the omnibus.
Okay, I have the verbiage there.
Is there any verbiage? Or is it
Yes.
just
No,
the
there is. It says recommended, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends that the town adopt the budgets presented in this book immediately following the warrant and our recommendations.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Do you
Well,
want me to read
first,
that to you?
no, well, I guess the first question is, are we in a position to vote on the omnibus? Are we comfortable enough with it? Or are we going to want to revisit any portions of it?
Well, we just had a request to revisit it.
We did?
Didn't we?
I'm not following Tim.
Melanie, I think passed on. Melanie, you were the one that passed on, right? The request from the town clerk.
Oh, I completely missed that. So like Melanie, do tell.
Sorry, Tim. You mean Diane's email that I forwarded to the committee?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone has it in their email, except maybe Tony and Allison. I don't know if I included you. And I apologize because I sent it earlier this week and I have to pull it up to remember it. So hold on a second. So I sent it out April 2nd. And so what Diane is asking for, she wanted to reiterate two main issues: additional hours for the part-time assistant town clerk. And then her other reiteration was increasing salary for town clerk compensation for mandated overtime hours during busy election year. Yep, you got it up. Thank you, Tim. I forgot about the email.
Has Tony and Al, has she spoken with you? She says she plans to.
Not, no. She sent an email to Allison today about something else related to pay, but neither of these two things. I guess, I mean, starting with number one, we don't have anything, we don't have any way, there's no funds. Actually, I guess it goes to both 1 and 2. There aren't really any other funds available to utilize as she seeks or as she's requesting. We talked a little bit on additional hours for the part-time assistant town clerk. That was gonna be based on, I believe that was gonna be based on the reimbursements that she seeks on an annual basis, but remember, there's like it's really hard to determine that for an upcoming fiscal year when the reimbursement doesn't occur until the end of the fiscal year, and it's variable based on the number of elections that occur. So, and then number two, I'm just reading it now. Yeah, it's just, we don't have, the town clerk is elected. The state law requires that elected salaries are voted on by town meeting. That's why it's separated from the rest of them in its own article. The town clerk doesn't have to, it's in some ways a luxury, in some ways it isn't. But essentially the town clerk makes their own hours. So they don't get, they don't earn sick time, vacation time, like the other employees do. But they're also able to take as much time or utilize, they can utilize comp time in their own manner as they see fit to oversee the office. And the elections, as I mentioned, vary on an annual basis. And really the added hours mandated by the state, are not driven by the town, it's driven by the state. So I don't, and then, I will add that the budget that we've put forward, I believe is it a 3% increase versus a 2.5% increase compared to the other, the standard increase rate for all other employees. Last year, we did a 4% increase. So we're trying to do more to recognize the below market salary that this position and other positions like treasurer collector are at. I don't, my opinion really hasn't changed. It's not so much that there's how do I put it? We recognize the added work and the amount of work and the performance of the clerk. The reasons we said no to these is because of fiscal constraints. Those fiscal constraints have not changed. So I don't see how, where you would get the funds. But we are hopefully going to be able to accomplish a lot of these needs next year if we're able to complete the override. The salary data that was presented, I don't believe, was not accurate. I don't believe that was intentional. But when I looked at it closer, there was additional funds that the clerk is paid through a stipend for serving on the board of registrars on an annual basis.
And that is true in Nahant as well?
That is what happens in Nahant.
Oh, okay.
Which wasn't included in the, is in addition to the base pay. So I mean, I guess in at the end of the day, I just don't, as far as the salary for the town clerk, I don't see where you're gonna find the money for it. I think the proposed salary increase is already higher than what the rest of the employees are getting at 2.5%. Last year was the same thing.
And what she's suggesting here, the funds could be allocated from the revolving DLM certification. That just disappears into the general fund and we've already accounted for it there. It's not like it loses its identity as soon as it hits the general fund.
Correct, and it's the amount that she is pointing to, or that she, not here, but that she did at the last meeting, is what she plans to submit for reimbursement this year, but hasn't submitted yet, hasn't been reimbursed yet, and would fall into general fund revenue available for FY 27, not for FY 26. The other years it varied. It went from, 0 to a few $100s to 1,000. I forget the exact numbers, but it was quite the variation. So it really isn't a good way to accomplish this. The way to do it is to just increase the base pay, as we're suggesting to do next year with the override.
Yeah, and that's the article that we just approved. I forget 4 or 5, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Like, if I look at it as the overtime, the mandated overtime hours, some of the jobs here, like even myself, I don't get comp time or overtime hours for these meetings that I'm in, or for going to town meeting or anything like that. It's kind of the nature of the job,
Mm-hmm.
and it's factored into your base salary. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah, you were what in the commercial world will be called a salaried position, not an hourly position.
Correct.
Right. And so isn't the clerk.
Right.
The difference though is that if I wanted to take tomorrow off because I was here tonight, I'd have to use benefited time to do that. Whereas the clerk doesn't doesn't have a limited amount of benefited time, doesn't accrue benefited time. The clerk makes their own hours. They get to determine,
Yeah, it sounds almost like the clerk is it's almost like a contractor who has been contracted to provide a set of services.
right.
And what it
She does
takes-
work a lot of extra hours. I don't want to belittle. I'm
Yeah.
not belittling.
No,
Yeah,
we
and
know that. Yeah.
exactly. I'm not suggesting that she doesn't work hard at all. Um,
So I think Tim was just bringing this to the committee's awareness. If you want to go back to the omnibus,
yeah,
we can.
I mean, I think we could safely hold off voting this if we wanted to. But if we did it, we should be clear why, or at least what we expect.
Well, Tony, it sounds as if she's going to want to be meeting with you again. She says that. I
Yeah.
plan to speak to Allison and Tony.
Yeah.
So shouldn't we wait until after she's met with you again?
Yeah.
We can do that, or we can.
My opinion on this again is based on financial constraints. which is not gonna change. So I don't know if that makes a difference for you.
I mean, I think the only way we could approve this request is if we were to find the funds out of a different account.
Right.
And I think that would be pretty tough to do at this point.
I mean, and that's generally what you do on town meeting floor. I mean, if she wanted to bring this to the floor, she literally could bring it to the floor and we would, you know,
She
Yeah,
can't
she
be
would-
there because it's her son's graduation.
Yeah, and if she did it
Oh.
on the floor, she would have to,
tell us where to take the money from.
yeah, she'd
Yep,
have to identify a funding source for it.
right.
And she can have a proxy do it for her.
Yep, yep, she could.
My inclination would be to just to go ahead and vote on this based on what Tony says. Because things aren't going to change. But
Would you,
what else
should,
from-
if you put that in the form of a motion, then
okay, I move we recommend this, we accept this.
so we're accepting the omnibus as presented.
As
In-
presented, yes.
Do you want me to read you the wording from last year? Or not?
It's not the same as what we have here.
Where is it?
Articles, oh,
Well, whatever it was last year,
See, we
somewhere
don't have the,
7 or 6 probably.
yeah, I've got it. Here, it's what we said. We put recommended. The Advisory and Finance Committee
Oh.
recommends that the town adopt the budgets presented in this book immediately following the warrant and our recommendations.
So I guess Deborah's motion is saying that we both recommend the omnibus budget and we use the language from the prior year.
yes, which we would put your little insert note.
Yes. So we're gonna, well, I'll hold off until we take the vote, but
Okay, all right.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, so roll call vote. Deborah,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye,
Tim, Melanie.
Aye.
Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. So this earns the coveted recommended, which I think has a full colon after it and is bolded, and then see, it's getting late.
Yeah.
Okay. Article 8, Water and Sewer Enterprise. And this one is oh wait, actually, let's do our housekeeping. All right, so that was the omnibus. It's boilerplate text. It was approved on 4/10. And we approved, stop it, Excel. We approved both this one and that one too.
Mhm.
And I think,
Well, there's a lot of verbiage about the water and sewer enterprise. I have it here.
yeah, there is. And yeah, and there's numbers too.
Yeah, there's a lot of numbers.
Do we have the numbers first? Suppose that's the starting question.
There's a whole lot of numbers.
Well,
And those numbers will be different now, I'm assuming.
Yes, yes. Is
Oh.
Allison still with us?
No.
I don't think we know enough to go ahead with this tonight.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I would like to propose, it's 10 of 8. Why don't we take an honest to God 5-minute break come back at 5 minutes of the hour and everybody will be like, whatever, caffeinated, drained, whatever you choose to do with your
It's
5
called an
minutes.
environmental break, Bob.
Environmental.
An environmental break. It's going to the bathroom and taking care of the environmental stuff.
Oh, did I just have an HR violation there?
No, I'm just saying that's the professional term that we use, you know.
Okay. All right. Is that okay? Come back at 5 minutes of the hour?
It is, Bob, but can you scroll down a bit so I can see what my other assignments were and just make a note of it? Thank you.
Oh, Deborah, you were supposed to do paving.
I was?
Look,
Oh, oh
see?
dear. I didn't do that. I did 16 and 21, but I haven't done paving. Well,
I think I forgot to tell you about paving because I forgot about it.
yeah, it wasn't in your email to me.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do paving, so I wrote something and I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if it's right. I will defer to Tony.
Oh, so you did write something about paving.
Water sewer paving.
Yeah. But Deborah, see, there's a separate one for just.
Yeah, I'm supposed to do just paving.
Do we have a separate one for just paving?
Were we gonna pause for 5 minutes?
Oh, we were,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
I'll look.
Consider me paused.
Okay, so we are back.
Yep.
You can
Hey, Bob,
see-
I have a question. Are we
Yes.
thinking of meeting twice next week?
Well, yeah, sorry, that's a good question. I'm suspecting for safety, yes. The schedule right now only calls for Thursday night, but we can certainly do Tuesday and Thursday if everybody's amenable, or maybe what we do is say, let's do Tuesday with the goal of getting everything done Tuesday and then use it Thursday as a, if we have to.
I think that's prudent myself.
Is everybody available Tuesday of next week?
Yes.
Yes.
At this point, I am.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here in the another time zone, but now that I know what's going on,
Yeah, I am the
How's your
Tuesday,
time,
the
Pete?
15th.
let me just,
So will we for sure have at least 5?
that's the question. So next Tuesday is the
15th.
come on, calendar.
The Ides of April.
The Ides of April.
Isn't that tax day?
Yep.
Great.
It is also tax day, yes. I have a meeting that's supposed to end at 5 o'clock. And what time is it there?
Right now,
Yeah,
Breaking
Nine
9.
9 p.m.
9 p.m. Okay, so this phone is in, I have to say this out loud, I'll just confuse myself. In
Yep.
Central Time. So when I say the meeting is done at 5, it's done at 5 Central,
6 o'clock here.
which is 6 o'clock your time. It would be
You gotta-
tight for me to get
Yeah.
back and in front of the computer for a 6:30 start. So could we do a 7 o'clock start? Would that be amenable?
Could even do a 7:30 start.
Well, let's
if
make
you,
it 7.
Yeah, 7 be good.
Okay,
Seven's
then,
good.
yeah, then I'm fine. Okay, so I will post a meeting for next Tuesday and next Thursday, but secretly, our goal is to get everything done on Tuesday so we can cancel the Thursday meeting.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. All right, then here we go again. It says I'm sharing my screen and I was seeing the Zoom meeting, so I have no idea what you were seeing.
And Deborah, there was no separate paving. We're all good here.
Wait, what did you just say?
I just checked. There was no separate paving thing that you were assigned to.
Oh, so I don't have an assignment.
Not for paving, not anything about paving.
Oh, okay, okay.
What about Article 15?
Oh, Article 15. Let me look. Article 15. Oh dear, there is an Article 15 on paving.
Yes, there is. Okay, and that has my name on it.
It does, sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
It's a very straightforward article.
Right. I don't have it, the thing in front of me, but,
Allison sent it to us.
yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, and we've been editing it. I will send out the edited copy. Does anybody use the Dropbox?
The one that Allison put up there,
Yeah,
I do.
so should I put it, I'll put it in the Dropbox too then.
Yeah, and it'll have the same link as, the same one as Allison uses. As Allison's, right?
Uh,
The same folder, you mean?
it'll be in the same folder.
What
but
I
it won't-
mean.
Yeah, yes. Okay, so we decided we don't have the figures for water and sewer enterprise. We're skipping that. This Article 9, water and sewer paving. I have not written, I was concentrating on that cover letter.
Well, it's a very straightforward thing, Bob. It just, all you need is a number. It says the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends that the sum of $50,000 be appropriated from retained earnings of the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund for paving throughout town, including all costs incidental to or related thereto, or take any other action relative thereto. It's just one sentence.
Bonnie, was this one of the articles that needed the funding that had been released in Article 6?
No,
Oh,
Is it $50,000 again? How much is it? Let me see.
the article's 50,000.
It is 50,000, so the recommendation could be the exact same one as last year, Bob.
Yeah, it could be. I assigned myself to this because the recommendation is really just parroting the language of the article itself. And it
Yeah,
just,
and you can use the one from last year. You can just insert that. It's exactly the same.
but what I'm suggesting, I think we can do better than what was written last year.
Okay,
So,
I was just trying to be helpful.
no, I know. And so I will take a stab at it, and we will have something on Tuesday to react to.
Okay,
10, rubbish enterprise.
okay. Rubbish enterprise, okay.
No, wait, Article 9.
I had written something for 9, but that is not valid.
Okay,
So you feel free to take that out.
let's strike this then. Okay. So we do not have a recommendation for Article 10, but I believe this is a boilerplate, so we should just be able to use
Wait. Article 10 is,
rubbish enterprise.
no, that's rubbish enterprise last
Different number.
year was not a boilerplate. It had a whole bunch of numbers.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm sorry, because this is an enterprise fund. So this is another one we're waiting on.
There's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, we're waiting on it's essentially like a financial statement for the.
Yeah, it
for this
is.
fund. So we're waiting on Allison for that one. Or then, no, wait, if we're waiting on Allison for that one,
Yep. There's a whole lot of numbers there.
but we approved it. So those numbers exist someplace. But we're not going to solve that right now.
No,
Okay. So we're going to throw this one back to Allison, and I will make sure I get with her at least by phone. All right. Article 11, the compost area.
that should be very straightforward.
It should be boilerplate with maybe a slight change in the dollar
Yeah, and
amount,
the
right?
33,000 is the change, because last year it was 30,000.
Right.
And so all we wrote last year was, we recommend passage of this article. This article was in the warrant and successfully passed last fiscal year. That's what we said.
So I believe the article has already been recommended. Do we want to vote to
Exactly.
accept that language?
Exactly. So we
Sure.
need a
I
motion.
so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, roll call vote. Tim,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Dan,
aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. You know, it's actually easier to just do the roll call vote from memory than try to
Look at pictures.
look at pictures. Yeah. Okay, revolving funds, Article 13. I believe we have,
Article 12.
Sorry, 12.
sorry. All right, I skipped one. Okay,
It's
Article,
recreation
yeah,
revolving.
it's recreation revolving.
Yep.
We have approved it. I think this is the same
Yeah.
deal as the prior one.
It is. And let's see, Article 12, recreation revolving. So what we said last year, we can just insert it. It says this article authorizes the use of revolving accounts for each of the recreation related programs listed in the article. Revolving accounts allows each program to collect donations and fees and use those funds for their programs, allowing the programs to operate independently. This is good accounting practice and still allows the town to track fees collected and expenses incurred by each program. That's what we said last year.
And if we want to, we could use, there are no numbers to change or anything.
There are no numbers.
Yeah,
Literally.
I would boilerplate it and use it. I make
I
a
would
motion that
too.
we,
It's very eloquent.
I make a
Thank
motion
you
that
very
we,
much.
we repeat, we reuse this verbiage.
Right.
Yep.
Second,
Okay, motion made and seconded. Roll call vote. Deborah,
yes, I.
Dan,
Aye.
Barbara,
I
Melanie,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Bob votes aye. Unanimous vote in favor. Now we get to go to the revolving funds.
and the revolving funds one does have money.
Yeah,
Revolving funds,
This is the limit, right? This is the
Yeah.
limit of the revolving funds?
Yep, and there's
And we
no
just need the,
change.
yeah, there's no change. We just need the chart.
yeah, we don't have the chart.
right. And I don't think we've approved this one either.
We're, I
It'll
think
be
we
the
were waiting to
same-
get the chart.
It'll be the same chart from
Will it be
last
the
year.
exact same amount of money? Council on Aging 20, Cemetery 20,
Yep.
Board of Appeals 10, and Conservation Concom 20?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, well, we have that. I mean, I just read it to you. That's what was in it.
So,
Yeah, state law requires that we set those limits every year, but we're not changing any of them.
I
Okay,
move
well then,
to-
we can
recommend
use-
to use the same language as last year.
thank
I-
you,
yeah, got
Tim.
it all.
I second that.
Roll call vote. So Tim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Barbara,
I,
Deborah,
I.
Melanie,
Aye.
Dan.
Aye.
I think that's everyone but me, and I vote aye, so it's a unanimous vote in favor. So this is through the revolving funds. It's going to be recommended. And use last year's OPEB.
this has numbers in it.
This has numbers in it. This one was assigned to me, and like I said, I was working on the letter and I didn't do this one, so I will have this ready for Tuesday.
Well, wait a minute, this may be that simpler. Wait a minute. See if this sounds, okay. $25,000. And last year it was also $25,000. So you might be able to just use it. Because it's the number is the same. I
And
think.
did
total.
it have, did the recommendation include a balance?
The recommendation, you know, it says what healthcare coverage is, only paid after town employment or first appropriated FY20 is considered positively by financial. Therefore, the advisory recommends the contribution for the OPEB trust fund in the amount of $25,000. Oh yeah, it does say the current balance of the OPEB fund before the FY 2025 appropriation, and there's a specific number. Is that the same or not?
That it's gonna be
Different.
$25,000 more.
plus interest.
Yeah, so we'll get the updated number for you.
Last year, it was 128,674.
So I move that we use last year's language with the one change of adjusting to the current balance as confirmed to us by Allison.
Second that.
Okay, I can't multitask right now, so, roll call vote, Barbara,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
who did I miss? Dan,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor, so we're going to use last year's language. Okay, and so, the revolving funds we approved tonight. So this is a 10. And we approved. We also approved that. Recreation revolving, we approved the language. Did we do
Yes,
compost?
we approved
Yes,
the
we did.
language on 11.
And 10 too, right?
Waiting on numbers.
Okay, yep, that's right. Those are the enterprise funds, so we're waiting. All right, so here we go. Paving.
Paving is exactly the same, because paving is going to be $200,000. And what we can use what we said last year. Last year, we said that we recommend the sum of 200,000 for paving throughout the town, including the payment of all incidental and related costs. This is the projected annual spending for asphalt paving of town streets. There is an ongoing multi-year plan to pave some of the streets every year. This approach keeps the road surfaces in good condition and prevents a circumstance where all roads are deteriorated and need repaving at once. And now there's a supporting statement from you, Tony.
Okay.
The only difference,
very impressed.
yes, that is, I'm glad you have that readily available, Barbara. The only difference this year, I believe, is last year, half of this was appropriated with free cash, half of it was borrowed, and this year I believe it's completely borrowed. And just to one point in that recommendation you read,
Yeah.
our paving plan calls for about 300,000 per year. So we use this along with chapter 90 money, which is about $95,000. And we use those for paving.
So does our recommendation need to change?
Well, no, because what Allison sent us just now was, in the one she revised, she has 200,000 in it, Tony.
Right. But the comment was that this represents how much we invest in paving on an annual basis, something along those lines.
This is the projected annual spending for asphalt paving of town streets.
Right, so it's actually closer to 300,000. This is supplemented with chapter 90 funds.
There's nothing about that in here.
Yeah, which we must have missed it.
That's all in your supplemental statement. That you explain that.
Oh, okay, all right.
We don't have to. You explain all of that in
Yeah,
your
but-
supplemental, okay?
Okay.
Well,
So
I
does
don't know.
paving-
It's not,
I'm
I
supposed to-
don't know. It's not okay because our recommendation is misleading, if not factually incorrect.
Yeah, a correction would be,
Well, then why don't we just take that sentence out, that this is the projected annual? Just delete that
Or
sentence.
just the projected annual, comma, in addition to approximately $90,000 of chapter 90 funds.
Yes, that would work.
Other than that, Deborah's short notice recommendation there is amazing and
Yeah,
eloquent.
great.
Well, actually, it says 100 from free cash, and there's other things in Tony. Is Tony, you going to give us a supporting statement again?
Yes.
So it doesn't say how much from chapter 90.
No, this is net of chapter 90. That's why it doesn't say in our article.
Yeah, and chapter 90 money is typically determined after our town meeting. So
Right.
we have an estimate, but
Well, why don't we just delete the sentence? This is the projected annual spending for asphalt paving of town streets. If we delete that from ours and we just say there is an ongoing multi-year plan, which there is,
Or,
to pay, right?
yeah, or Barbara, we keep it the way it is and we just say the funds from this article supplemented with chapter 90 money, and then everything else stays the same.
But it looks like it's supplemented from other stuff too. There's free cash.
You're looking at Tony's statement.
Yeah, what are you
Oh,
looking
yeah,
at?
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
lost.
That statement's
It's-
going to be different this year because it's going to be funded differently this year.
yeah, it's not that those elements of my supporting statement aren't additional supplementary funding sources. That's in last year, the 200,000 was 100,000 of it was funded through borrowing, 100 of it was funded through free cash. So you still end up with 200,000, and then it's supplemented with chapter 90 money.
And this is
So-
going to be in your supporting statement.
Well, Bob's recommendation of just adding the language of supplemented with chapter 90 funds would make your recommendation accurate,
Okay.
and then my supporting statement can explain our pay, I can get into the details in the supporting statement.
Okay. So do you want me to read that again, or Bob, what do you want to do?
I don't know. I would be more comfortable if we could all see the language. It is it's more than just a sentence or two. So I guess my suggestion would be let's hold this one for next Tuesday.
It's actually 4 sentences. It's 4 short.
I'm sensing you want to make a motion.
No. You said you want to hold it. I'm happy to hold it. Nope.
A potential motion could be to use the language from last year with the addition of supplemented by chapter 90 funds.
That would do it.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we use the language from last year supplemented by chapter 90 funds. With the addition of supplemented by chapter 90 funds or something like that.
Bob, was this already recommended by the committee?
Yes, and let me finish this,
I think we did
and I'll go
recommend it.
double check. This is yes, we voted it on the 27th.
Yep. So aren't you guys happy that I had last year's verbiage?
Yes.
You're saving us a lot of work.
I know.
I think I recycled that last year, but I don't know.
No, I kept it.
I
Precious verbiage.
Well, you
I
can
have the-
find it. You can find it in the the town website.
I know,
It's
but
on
I
the-
kept my hard
on the-
copy.
I
love
have
it.
the one
Why
from
here?
someplace. I got the one from 2021 when we voted on the Coast Guard housing because I was so proud of
Let's
that.
say we don't have a second yet.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
We
I'll
have a
second it.
motion, but no,
I'll second
okay.
it. I'll
So
second it.
motion has been made and seconded. Roll call vote, and this is to use last year's language with that additional phrase supplemented by Chapter 90 funds. Peter,
Aye.
Barbara,
I,
Deborah,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Tim,
I,
Dan,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye. Unanimous vote in favor. Okay, water and sewer DPW capital. This one we have voted to approve, but not voted on the language itself. So
okay,
we do
water
have
and
some-
sewer DPW capital, let me find that. This is.
No, we have some suggested language right here. You don't have to. So this article, this is the suggested language. I don't know who wrote that, but
I
whoever,
wrote
it
it.
is, thank you. This article will fund a new DPW truck as part of keeping our equipment in good repair. It relies on the release of funds from the passage of article. Okay, so good.
Oh, yeah, this is important, good.
Yep, if Article 6 fails, there will not be sufficient funds available from the identified account to cover this program.
Thank you, Tim.
If Article 6 fails, we will have a motion prepared to accomplish this by borrowing. So either way, even if Article 6 fails, we want to still pursue this article. The motion, if Article 6 passes, will be to pay for it with appropriated funds. If it doesn't pass, it'll be to pay for it by borrowing.
So should we just put that at the end here? There will not be from the identified account.
Well, can you make a motion, Tony? I would hope
No,
so.
he's not a,
Not part of our committee.
No, but I'll basically give you, remember how we print out all the motions for you?
It'll be, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it'll be there.
It'll be
it'll be
motion 1, motion 2.
Yeah.
Similar to the CPC article related to the library. If Article 6 fails, then I believe we're just striking the additional 200,000, and it would just be a borrowing through CPC. So we'll have two motions ready to go for both those articles. That'll be hinged on Article 6.
So Bob, I recommend that we don't say the town motion or anything like that. Instead, we say if Article 6 fails, we recommend that this is funded through borrowing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that does it.
Does it do it well enough to earn a motion?
Sure, I'll move this one.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All right, who moved?
Barbara moved.
I moved it.
Peter second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded.
And has this one already been approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me double check before. Yes. Okay, so motion has been made and seconded, so this is a roll call vote. Tim,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Barbara,
I,
Deborah,
Aye.
Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. Yay. Okay, Article 17. And what time is it?
this one, the boilerplate will work perfectly. It's the same amount.
It's 9:30 where we are.
Yes, so just carry on to 10 and stop there.
Sure.
So this one, we can just use exactly what we said last year. I can read it. I should read it to you to be. So last year, what we said was, oh, wait a minute.
This article will allow the town.
This
to borrow-
article will allow the town to borrow $500,000 from the MWRA at a 0%, paren 0% interest rate. The funds can only be used on the water delivery system and associated structures. That's it.
I second.
There was no motion to say.
I move.
I read
I
it.
move. Oh,
I
she read it. She read it. So that's,
Oh,
I
okay,
think that,
I
yeah.
was, I didn't hear the I move part. Okay, so there's a motion been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Melanie,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Barbara,
I,
Peter,
Aye.
Dan.
Aye.
Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor, and this is a
I'll vote
use.
aye too, Bob.
Hmm?
I'll vote aye as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was counting on my fingers. I must have counted somebody twice. So now it truly is a unanimous vote in favor. All right, so what have we done here? We have settled on the language for this one, for those two. Okay,
And the MWRA Water Capital 17. Wait,
we did this, yeah, that's the one we just voted. Okay. Yep. So now we're on chapter 90 highway, which is
and we
article.
can use that one exactly the same, except there's a number in it. So Tony, here's what it says. Last year, it said, you've got the reading, it said, recommend the state grants all towns Massachusetts General Law Chapter 90 funds for paving and road and sidewalk repairs. This year, Nahant's Chapter 90 grant is estimated to be approximately $90,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Approving this article allows the town to receive these funds. That's what we said last year. Is that correct for this year?
I think that's fine. It
Okay.
is, I actually testified today in front of the Transportation Committee in support of the governor's bill that would increase the amount of Chapter 90 funds all towns would receive. So it's possible that number may go up, but I think this is accurate in accordance with what the current cherry sheet numbers were provided to us from the governor's initial budget.
Do you want to add, is estimated to be at least approximately?
That would be fine.
So we could put that in there. Would that be better? Or just
Yes.
leave it at what?
Yes,
Okay, so we need to insert an at least right before the approximately.
Do you even need approximately if you have at least?
Approximately sounds bad.
So what is estimated to
I
be?
just say at least.
$90,000
least.
or more.
Yeah, why don't we just say at least 90,000?
Yeah.
Right? We're happy with at least 90,000? Okay. Yep.
One. will someone make a motion?
I'll make a
move at
motion.
least- I'll move at least this wording.
Yeah.
Okay, would somebody at least like to second this thing?
I
I'll
second it.
second it.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Dan gets to go first this time.
I vote aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Tim,
I,
Melanie,
Aye.
Barbara,
I,
Deborah,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye. That I have 7 fingers up, so I think that's a unanimous vote in favor.
Mhm.
But the fingers failed me on the last one. Okay. We're changing this select men to the select board. And we do have a recommendation. I I don't like the phrase current practice, but I don't have a better phrase.
oh, and we don't get to say is less sexist.
We can say whatever we want to say.
Yes.
It's getting late, so I get to say things like that.
Well, I wrote this and what can I put? I mean, it is current practice, right? Even though that's
yeah,
a woolly
exactly.
word.
That's what I mean. I don't have a better word. Yeah.
I mean,
You could
With
say
current
something.
practice and social norms, that's a
You
little like
you could say something. You could say something to the tune of what other communities use to refer to their selectmen. You know, a lot of communities have switched over to select board.
Right.
So you could say something to be consistent with, you know,
so it's not limited
Other-
just to towns, you know, I mean, in general. But that would be
it
fine.
is, right? Because you're only gonna have,
Oh,
in a
select
city-
board, yes, sorry.
yeah, in a city, you're gonna have a council, but you could say
Right.
this nomenclature will bring Nahant in line with, let me think. It is late, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
further away from Alderman.
No, I don't, I mean,
This nomenclature is consistent with,
That's good.
with common practice and other municipalities
in other towns.
or other towns. That's fine too.
Okay.
So what did we just say? This nomenclature
It's consistent.
is consistent with common practice and
In other towns, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Not and other towns, common practice in
With
okay. Okay. Yeah,
other towns.
Don't need a capital T, but
you're right. Where did it go? Oh, it's down here now. Sorry.
The Board of Selectmen may put a supporting statement on this one. So I think you're good with that, and they can get into being less sexist.
Gender biased.
Yeah.
have we ever had someone
Gender biased.
has not had a female
but I think this is a
select-
post-gender biased world. I mean, because it is such common practice.
I agree. And I totally agree.
I know you do. I know you do.
Although, my dear, I shouldn't say this, but it is late. We may be going back to a world in which
Oh,
oh,
Exactly.
let's not get into politics.
no.
I didn't
I'm just
finish
kidding. I'm just kidding.
I didn't finish the sentence.
It is
I
late.
feel like at this point I should be referring like you lusty whatevers, but that would definitely be an HR violation. So
Oh, yeah. I don't want to have to call HR on you.
No,
Yeah.
no.
are we okay with this? Does somebody want to make a motion on this language?
I will move it. I like it.
Okay, and is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, who moved? Deb?
Excellent. So the move in the second, it represents a by gender.
I was gonna wait for Deborah to second it, and I said, nope, I'm gonna do it myself.
Thank you.
So, roll call vote. Barbara,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye. And you will notice the order in which I selected those people.
I didn't notice it, but
Was it me?
And Bob, was this already approved?
Yes,
Was that a meaningful order, Bob?
it was.
Oh,
I didn't notice the order, but
now I'm going to have to think about that. Too late to think.
Much too late.
It was male, female, male, female, male, female.
Oh, well done.
Chapter 90, we voted to approve that. Additional Coast Guard housing lots offering. We have neither approved the article itself nor any language.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve the article.
Second.
Okay, so motion has been made and seconded, but this is only on approving the article itself. So, roll
Yes.
call vote. Dan,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Deborah,
aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
and Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. And we don't have language. It wasn't an article in last year's, so I think Peter, we wait on this one.
What's that? The
But-
verbiage?
Well,
I sent the verbiage earlier
Peter
today.
sent us something. There are two little teeny edits I need to do to what you sent us. But
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
fly
I mean,
spec, just fly specs. You like them.
yeah, I do. I think it's, so I sent it I replied to the Allison email where we started with this. So it should be in what you're using, Bob.
I think this is it.
I mean, it's not that,
All right, I'm just gonna take this and copy it and paste it into here. Okay, so there it is.
Okay, we
And
look at this.
Deborah, or sorry, Barbara, you have fly specs on this?
Yeah, there was.
They sure are.
Yeah.
I think they're wasp specs. Anyway, go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You continue.
but not giant tarantula specs.
oh,
The
God.
word,
Those are
The
not
wo-
insects.
the word over after the words alternating lots.
Correct.
Wait, where are you? Because
Can you, there we. Did you bring it up? Oh, let's see.
no, it's here. It's right.
Okay.
I copied it into
Oh,
here.
okay.
Fourth sentence over to the right stated that the town sell off alternating lots in two offerings over a 2-year period. You just got an extra over there. Just get rid
Yeah.
of that.
Right, so alternating lots over in, so it's
Yeah.
over.
Oh, it's
Over
lots
A.
in
And taking
Two
off that over right there.
two
There you go.
offerings over a 2-year period
period. Okay,
to help ensure that multiple lots were not purchased by one party and combined.
Are not, maybe. Or not be,
yeah.
Would
not
not
be.
be.
You have to go
Would
with
not.
subjunctive.
Yeah, would not be. Yeah, would not, I think is better.
Back to the first
Would
sentence,
not.
does,
It has to be
Be-
would
Yeah, the
not
first
be
sentence,
purchased.
Barbara, take it away.
do you want to say, just add, to allow the town to continue on a path?
The first sentence?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go back up there.
Yeah, that's
To
fine.
continue
Yep.
on
Yeah,
a
yeah.
path.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay, so
Well,
we
why do
want-
we even need the path stuff?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
To
Actually,
Continue
to sell off.
Continue
sell off.
continue selling the remaining lots.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, that's good.
very
It's
good,
better.
Tony. Thank you.
we don't even need.
Need the
Get rid
off.
of off. Get rid of
Yep.
off. Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Did I see that one of the purchased lots is for sale?
What?
I
Somebody's
was,
flipping it.
I thought I saw a sign on. Maybe that's one of the remaining lots.
Yeah, this one has a house on it and the other one is lot 5. As far as that's what Tony
There's more
informed me
than
today.
that. There's more than 2 signs.
Yeah, they're just still up there.
Now, two other things,
Yeah,
hyphen. Do you see where it's blue down here? In 2 offerings over, it should be a 2-year period,
Yeah.
a 2 hyphen. 2 hyphen, there you
Hyphen
go.
goes
You need a
there.
hyphen there. Yep. And down here with non-adjoining,
Joining should be a hyphen.
yep,
Sorry, I was Russian.
that's okay.
on the second sentence, I would say the Coast Guard, et cetera, put specific, don't put that first in.
I agree.
No,
Put
wait,
specific wording.
Into, you don't need that in. Take that out.
take,
That
That
out.
one.
Yeah.
Yep. Delete it.
I don't think we need this.
They don't need specific. Well, do we?
Yes, it was it was specific wording.
Okay,
The Coast Guard, the committee put in specific wording, which was the two
Okay.
offerings over 2 years. And what we're trying to do is make it so that we don't have any more offerings. We can just sell them the 2 remaining sites.
Okay, and this needs to
And then-
be town meeting stating, not
Yes.
that stated. It needs
Yeah,
to be,
I was gonna suggest instead of that stated, that says requiring the town to sell off alternating lots.
mm-hmm,
that's good.
Beautiful.
yes.
You have to start with a good base in order for this to work.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Wait,
Wait,
you need to say
requiring
that,
you, Bob, you have to put in the 2, requiring the town
yes, to sell off.
to,
And I don't
and I
think-
think just
you
to
don't need to
sell.
capitalize,
To sell, and we
Yeah,
don't
just to
off there
sell.
either.
and you might, I don't know if town has a capital, if we're gonna be picky.
No, we do use town capitalized when we're talking about us.
Oh, we
It-
do, okay,
Yeah.
okay, yes, I guess we
It
do.
refers to
We
a
always do.
specific town, so I think it
Yeah.
should be.
It should be capped.
Over a 2-year.
That
With-
second to last sentence with only 2 non-adjoining lots left. You might not need it, or it needs to be, maybe it needs a comma or something. It's
Yeah,
just
that,
kind of
that,
bleeding
there's a,
little.
I agree, with only 2 non-adjoining lots. Remaining.
Remaining, right.
I
Comma,
write these just so I can listen to you guys wordsmith.
comma, after remaining,
Yeah, comma, definitely a comma.
You can remove left.
yeah.
With only 2 non-adjoining lots remaining.
This
Is there a better thing for will not allow? Prevents the town,
With only 2 non-adjoining lots.
no, basically what I'm trying to say is, since there's only 2 non-adjoining lots, it doesn't matter if they get sold off because the lots can't be combined. So the wording doesn't I'm trying to say that the wording the two
Yeah.
offerings over a 2-year period don't matter anymore.
Do we need to include that?
Yeah, maybe we don't.
Actually, maybe it should say this article, I don't know, corrects or updates.
Or what you said, really what you just said. With only two so it goes from town meeting requiring the town to sell alternating lots in two offering or a 2-year period to help ensure that multiple lots would not be purchased by one party and combined. With only two non-adjoining lots remaining, that language is no longer required.
Yeah, that
Okay,
does
yeah,
it.
that's perfect.
Or no longer necessary.
Yeah, no longer necessary.
Do we have and allows the two remaining lots to be closed? I put closed up, closed. I think I wanted to say closed on, but
Sold.
closed by, yeah, sold by, because I think we do want to point out that we do have an end date on it, because I have a feeling people are going to be like, well, are we going to keep these properties forever?
And the article eliminates the limit or the limit.
Constraints,
And what?
Yeah,
constraints.
it doesn't eliminate the number of offerings. It eliminates the cap on the number of offerings. So
Eliminates the-
the article.
Yes,
Well, why
good.
not just eliminates the constraints around?
Well, cap is more specific.
The cap on offerings.
Yeah, but it's 2 lots over 2 years. Yes, it's a cap, but it's constraint. I mean, constraints is the article eliminates the constraints on
The number
selling
of
the
offerings.
remaining on selling the remaining 2 lots.
Is it these constraints that we just talked about?
Yes.
Okay, then I'd say these constraints.
I think I think what you had there, this article eliminates the constraints on the number of offerings.
But
And
do you
allows the sale of the 2 remaining lots.
Oh, I see.
to be
uh,
completed by July of 2029?
Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Completed, not
And you
closed.
don't need
Not
it
close.
closed up. We're gonna say allowing the sale of the 2 remaining lots.
Sold.
sold.
Lots to
We've
be
got
sold.
sale.
No, he's
So
got
just
sale
say
already. So just buy July
buy.
off.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there you go.
Beautiful.
I'll put a supporting statement on this one too.
Well, don't you want to just say buy instead of before?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, just from, I think this is probably a no-brainer. Like, I would have a supporting statement ready, Tony, but I don't know that you're going to need to give one. I think this is I think people are going to see this for what it is. It's kind of like the one on the the select board. I mean, be prepared to speak on it, but I think it'll go right through. I don't think we should have too much problem.
I mean, I'll add a supporting statement to your book under your recommendation.
Right.
That's simple. To say something along the lines of what we've sold so far and complete, we've speak a little to the successes, and then this helps us keep moving forward.
By the way, did we vote on the article? I remember Peter making the motion to Dan.
Yeah, we have not voted on the article itself. So
Do we now want to vote on the article and
Yeah.
the wording?
I think a motion is in order to vote, as Tim, as you said, on both the article
And the
and
recommendation.
and this language.
All right, so I'll make a motion. We vote in favor of the article and the recommended verbiage that we have written.
I second.
All right, made and seconded. Roll call vote. Melanie,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Barbara,
I,
Tim,
I,
Dan,
Aye.
who did I miss?
Me,
Deborah,
I,
and Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. Oh, what do you want to change preparedness?
Bob, I don't know if it matters, but there's a blue thing up at C lots by July, comma, 2029. It wants you to say by July of 2029.
I will check the
picky,
punctuation.
picky.
I
mean, not
know.
you, Barbara. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about you.
Yeah, so
The
it's
blue
either,
things hop out at me and they make me,
yeah, so it's either July 2029 without a comma or
or
July
July of, yeah.
I don't care. All
I
right,
just have to get rid of the blue things. They,
I know.
no, the blue things are usually pretty spot on.
Do we get in trouble if we have July of 2029? Does that mean July 1st or July 31st or, I'm not trying to be a smart guy. Just like if we get down to the nitty gritty
oh my goodness.
that depends on the actual motion on the floor.
okay.
What the
What-
finance committee
what's
said.
the
Well,
article?
if we
What's
put
the
back
article say? Scroll up a little bit. It says
July
July
1,
1.
there you are. Good question.
Yeah, very well. Yep.
Good spotting.
Right,
There you go.
so Peter might win the Fly Speck of the Evening award.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Well done.
All right, we're getting to time. Do we have
An
time?
article is misspelled here. Look
Articles,
at
I just.
Artile.
that. Maybe it's almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's
So
5 minutes of.
should
Do
we
we-
call it a night? Just
Sounds good to me.
what do we,
Before,
before we do, what do we have left? So we just
We did 20.
did
I
this
think we need
one.
the CPC language on most of it.
Yeah,
I-
we need the CPC
I
language.
wrote up a lot of the CPCs already.
We've eliminated the flagpole. That's been pulled.
Okay, good.
Oh, it
Yay.
was pulled?
Yes.
I wasn't here, but maybe someone will tell me offline why. Well, rather than take up time now.
I can tell you offline.
Okay. I prepared a recommendation on climate change preparedness. And Tim, we can talk about this next 2 weeks, but Tim made a suggestion that should be incorporated, which we can discuss next week.
Or do you want to do that right now and be done with that? And then we go on to the COLAs
Sure.
next time?
All right, so all right, let's do Article 21 then.
And then we move on to the others. Yeah.
Okay. So, and I think we've approved the article itself.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we've approved the article itself, but not the words. So we're just looking at the words.
And something that's left out is something that Tim pointed out to me, which is that this is required for the federal grant. We need this for the federal grant that was recently approved.
yes.
Although we put a snide little comment in about, never mind, about recent federal changes, but anyway.
I love precarious. Thank you, precarious.
Well, I don't want to be called on it by Peter for being too, what is your word? Sophisticated.
Sophisticated.
Wasn't that your
Precarious.
word, Peter?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's snooty.
Precarious is not snooty. Precarious is just one of those wonderful, we're in a precarious time slot right now. And
Yeah, well, what's precarious about our location?
We're surrounded by the ocean. I don't know, doesn't need to be in there.
I like it.
Passage of this article is required to fund the
Federal,
town's match
Yes,
The way I'm
federal
reading it.
match.
of the
To earn,
it's actually it's as required as the uh it's the remaining amount of the town's matching contribution. Remember, we passed 500,000 a few years back, which actually made us more competitive in the grant
Oh, that's
application
right.
process.
Yeah,
The remaining amount of the town's matching contribution to the FEMA hazard mitigation grant for Short Beach Dune.
right. I think we should put in there, haven't we already been awarded?
Yeah, so I could, again, I'll do a supporting statement underneath you where I can put in all like the details of the numbers.
Yeah.
So we,
Because this
I
was a big
believe
deal.
it's a big deal. It
say right,
totals,
I was
it
gonna
totals,
say right there, already awarded.
Yeah, we should say already awarded.
yep.
Already awarded, contribution already awarded. No, no, no.
The
Grant
grant,
already awarded.
To earn a FEMA, to earn an already awarded FEMA hazard mitigation. We could even say to earn a large already
Awarded.
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 We could say a
oh,
large.
awarded, yeah, I'm sorry. Awarded. That's better.
You don't want the large in there?
I think you should get rid of earn if it's already, so matching contribution to the already awarded.
Correct. Get rid of the earn.
Well, then I suggest that we get rid of the already perceptible section thing on the second line up there that above that I wrote. The already perceptible.
Yeah, I
I
think
get
you're
rid
right.
of that.
Yeah, I agree.
That's that phrase. The already perceptible, just managing the effects.
There you go.
We that grant contract's been signed both by the feds and by the town, so it's
It's
official.
yay,
A done
done
deal.
deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And
Thank
thank you, Tim, for pointing out one of the main reasons for this whole thing.
What is the total amount of the grant?
It's big.
I'll get you the specific numbers, but it's about 5.2 million.
See, big, big.
It's about 3.5 from the feds, and it's about 1.1 from us.
Are you going to put that in your supporting statement, Tony?
Yeah,
Those figures?
yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it the biggest grant we've ever gotten?
It has to be.
Yeah, it is.
the federal contribution is 5.5 million?
The total grant value. So it's a reimbursable grant. So for every dollar we spend, they reimburse us 75%. And that 75% can go up to 90. So we had 500, we're going for another 805. That's 1.3. So then we get I want to say it's about 3.5 from them. You add the two together and you're at, I guess, a little bit more than 5.5.
So do we,
I'll get you the total numbers.
Tony, do we recycle the same funds? Or do we have to expend 5
Thank you,
million?
Bob. That's nice. I like it.
Expend 5 million of fresh funds and then get reimbursed for the, 3.8 of it or whatever the number is.
No, we only have to spend our match.
Okay. Because it
Right.
sounded like you were saying we're reimbursed after spending.
I think it would be like we get reimbursed $1.75 for every dollar we spend. And that's
And
how,
then,
it
then
works,
we respend the reimbursement or,
right.
okay.
So Bob, I think there's a word missing in the sentence where it says passage of this article is required as the remaining amount of the town's matching contribution. Shouldn't it be passage of this article is required to provide the remaining amount of the town's
That's
contribution?
right. Yes.
Yes.
Is required.
To provide.
And get rid of as to
Yeah.
provide the remaining amount of, okay.
And up on the second line there, I guess that town should be capitalized.
Yes, it should be.
I've learned my lesson, see?
We'll say precarious seaside location.
Yes,
Right.
or you could even say Seagirt, but I would I would say seaside.
Seaside, yes. Oh, sea girt. Wow.
That's GIRT, not
Yes,
not like
it
my
is.
Uncle Gert or my
No.
Aunt Gert, rather.
Uncle Aunt.
Seagird, isn't that a place in Texas? I mean,
Oh, I think it's in
New York?
Ireland. I think it's an island in Ireland.
I think you're right.
And did you know my pronunciation? In Ireland.
I noticed.
Yeah.
I've been there.
It's late.
Okay, so after this meeting concludes, I'm gonna have to look up Seagert.
There would probably be a hyphen there, just while you're looking it up, by the way.
Oh, okay. All right, is there a motion on this?
Oh, yes. I
Just-
heartily recommend.
So this is, which is, okay, so the motion would be just on the language, not on the article itself. So you are moving for this language.
Yes.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, so roll call vote. Dan,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Deborah,
Aye.
Tim, Peter,
Aye.
Bob votes aye, and I'm seeing
And he
two.
wants a hyphen there between seaside and location.
Seriously?
I
It
don't think
does.
so.
Don't you
No,
think it does?
I don't.
Oh, then why is it blue?
It
Why
wants
is
a
it-
comma.
It wants a comma after
It wants,
location.
it wants
Oh,
a comma.
there
No,
you go.
it
Well,
wants-
that's wrong, just plain wrong of them, but go ahead. No, 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 not there.
That's
Not
what
to-
it wants. That made it go away.
Well, they don't know
I think
anything.
I think it just wanted a comma after
The
location.
location,
Just
okay.
forget
Yeah.
what they say.
There, the precarious there is okay.
That's good. I like it like that.
Yeah. No, it
Location.
wants a comma.
Location, comma.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right. That's what. it
Oh,
was.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so, it's now 5 or
So I'll
10
move we
after.
adjourn.
I think you motioned and seconded. Did you do the roll?
No,
call?
we
Yeah,
voted.
yeah, we did the
Yep.
roll call for
We voted
21.
on
Yeah, we
this.
did a roll call.
All right.
Yep.
Before you motion to adjourn, if I may, for one moment here, if you haven't heard, Manchester by the Sea has selected me as their next town administrator, and I am currently negotiating a contract with them. It sounds like that the town of Nahant and Manchester by the Sea are on the same page as far as a transition date at the end of the fiscal year, so moving over in July. July 1. But I still, I still have to finalize that agreement with them. So I wanted to let you guys know that that's in process, and that it's a tough pill to swallow because of how much the town of Nahant means to me, as you guys all know, and but it's a decision I made to pursue this opportunity because of it's a career advancement opportunity for me. It's a much closer commute to my home, allows me to spend more time with the family. But it's even with all those benefits, nothing's better than Nahant, and it's bittersweet. And I just wanted you guys to hear from me, if in case you haven't heard it yet. And obviously, I sincerely appreciate all the work that we've done together um, through this committee.
Dead to me.
Tony, I actually spotted it instantly. It came up on one of my feeds, so I did send an email to everyone.
Yeah.
And we sincerely, so sincerely appreciate your service. Your service to the town has been invaluable.
Absolutely.
And talk about bitter pill, not being able to work with you.
You will be terribly missed, Tony. We really appreciate all the effort and hard work, and it's really recognized. And I would be astonished if we can replace your talent, your drive, and your ability to get it did.
Well, I also said, to that point, and then as I said to Peter when he cursed me out, another factor of it was the situation in Nahant Nahant's in such a good place today. A lot of our major projects have either been completed, are close to significant completion, or heading in the direction of getting completed. So, and the team is really solid. So, I would never feel I would feel uncomfortable leaving Nahant in a chaotic state, or with stones unturned. So that was kind of a factor there, is that I really feel like um, the town's in a good place, and is in a better place than it was many years ago. And you know I think the town will be okay. I think you got a good crew here that'll keep things moving in the right direction.
So, yeah, you just said what I was about to say. I remember watching your public job interview on the Nahant TV channel. And initially I was skeptical, and then you started to speak, and it was kind of like, oh, wait a minute. This guy's good. This guy's got it on the ball. So thank you. And you're right. You have seriously moved the needle from the way things were back then.
The one of the biggest accomplishments, I would say, probably the primary, is directly related to this committee. And Bob, you'll remember when I first came in and we were working on the override, and the committee was hesitant to support the override unless there was commitment from the town to use that override to support the things that the committee had been pushing for years, which was to, stabilize the financial well-being of the town, use free cash appropriately, build up reserves. And those priorities that we agreed upon in my first budget cycle, we've held to throughout since then. So, a lot of that credit goes to the finance committee as well. And that's definitely one of the, one of the things that I'm most proud of is what we've done financially, which has then paved the way to accomplish all these other things.
Tony, you're the king of the stabilization fund.
Well,
Other things too.
I was gonna say, I don't have the same experience of getting to watch Tony in the interviews. My memory of him is like 11 years old, he and his brother playing in the neighborhood. But I do have a request, Tony, and that is that after town meeting, you are in a very rarefied position of a well-respected executive leaving, that you can give more candid feedback to various constituencies in the town than you could while having to deal with the politics of the town.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would really appreciate if you were to offer some of that feedback around the town, including to this committee. Tell it like it is in a way that you can't normally.
Sure. I mean,
Uh-oh.
I don't think it, I don't think it,
Not
I don't
now.
think it, I don't think it differs much, to be honest. I'm always, I've always been honest, and I've always kind of, and I would say the selectmen too, no matter the situation, we've always prioritized what's best for the town. I've tried to always make recommendations based on that. So I don't think it'll be much different, but, I mean, I'm going to provide some sort of transitional document, for the future that, prioritizes a lot of the things that we have prioritized in the last 7 years to keep those at the higher end of the priorities and keep things going in the same direction. So, but yeah, I'm happy to, after town meeting, I'm happy to meet with you guys one more time and talk about, what's coming in the future. Obviously, we're planting a pretty big seed here this year with what's coming in the future next year. And even this year, in the summer, over the summer into the fall, there'll be the special town meeting related to housing. So happy to help pave the way for those things as much as I can.
Tony, what you also, and you used the word tonight, paving a way toward an override. I heard you say it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, and we've talked about that's something that we know we need to be thinking about for the future. So anything you could say to us specifically, I think Tim's request is very thoughtful, Tim, thanks. That about how do we proceed to make that seed grow?
I think the key thing there is that you express to the residents that the all other options have been exhausted. You don't want to go for an override and the response be, well, why didn't you cut the budget here? Why don't you find money there? Or what about grants? Or what about alternative funding sources? We've taken advantage of all those things. We're going to the residents as it's time. It's legitimately time. This isn't us, taking the easy road out. So I think that's important. If I was a resident, I would want to know that.
The rocks have all been turned over.
Yeah.
I was very impressed that you found more rocks this year.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing too is you don't want to just sit there and say, well, we're going to have to cut the children's music program. And, like usually what happens is you end up getting into this whole thing where you make everybody feel like, let's do it for the children, and we need to be honest and say, this isn't just about the children. This is about the you know, everything in the town and the fact that we need to, you know, I still think, Tony, are we still in the top 10 lowest tax rates in the state?
Yeah, and I think the second lowest in Essex County. And
Yeah.
to that point, Peter, like the town hasn't negotiated union contracts or employment contracts that has put the town in a position where it needs an override in order to retain those positions.
Right, right.
This is, we've, we're understaffed. And our current staff is below market rate. So it's a little bit of a different approach where you're not necessarily saying if you don't fund this, we have to cut people.
Right.
It's more so if you don't fund this, we're going to lose people, and these are the legitimate risks that we're running with. Students are going to, you have more and more students going to charter schools because of the lack of support. You have, and then of course the public safety side of things, and you're losing talent to other communities.
Yep.
Based on the salary stuffs, right? So.
But couldn't we also say, and I know this is another very big conversation that I'm too tired to even, but I'll mention it. Our tax rate is extremely low.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if we're to do an override, that might be after we get the override, that might be the point to think about just inching our tax rate up a little bit.
And
Because we need both.
the timing of this is that the override amount on your tax bill related to the school debt exclusion will be coming off. So this override, the true cost impact to your tax bill of this override is in a way, it's less because your tax bill will be reduced because that other debt exclusion is coming off.
But that would be a good time to think about also the following year, starting a conversation about raising our tax rates just a little bit, because they are very low.
That's what I mean.
So you
We
agree
can't-
with it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
That's
agreeing.
an
I'm
override,
agreeing with.
right?
Yep. That's what the override does. Yep.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is
Otherwise,
if,
Prop 2.5 says that we can't raise the rate.
what I'm saying is if your current tax bill has $1,000 on it for the school debt exclusion, and this override was going to add $2,000 to your tax bill, it's not going to be that much. It's more like $600. But with that 1,000 coming off, this override actually you're only going to feel about $1,000 extra versus $2,000 extra because we're reducing the other amount that's on your tax bill by paying off that school debt.
No, I understand that, but our tax rates,
Yeah.
as you just said, are extremely low. So
Right.
is it time to have a conversation about raising those rates just a tad also?
That's what the override, a general override would do.
Yeah, the only
But
way,
then,
the only way to
Versus,
do it is with an override.
Yeah, I know
Other than
that,
the
but-
2.5%.
yeah, I
Yeah,
know
but-
that, but that we would just in the future keep a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I get it.
She's saying, let's do, if we need 100, let's make it 101.
Yeah.
You know, let's make it so that we have a little breathing room because we've been on a shoestring budget for years. So.
Yes, I got you.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so look at the last section of the letter, which discusses this. It doesn't capture everything we mentioned, but at least it's a start. And we're not gonna look at that tonight.
No,
Right.
we're not.
I
Right.
make a motion that we adjourn.
No, wait, Peter, just for a sec.
Okay,
But what's gonna happen here is which is a question or at least a discussion rather than a statement, is I think we should take anything we write and send it to Allison, who will compile it into this document. So this is now our working draft. And then when we meet on Tuesday, we should be able to march through this and pick up only the things that have not previously been approved. Which is a long-winded way of saying, please send anything, all your stuff to Allison. Copy everyone else on the committee.
No,
It just gets us, it
It
gets us too
clutters.
close to open meeting law.
yeah,
And
just
we're
send it
also
to,
going to talk about the cover letter on Tuesday.
And we
Yep.
are also going to talk about that. You should have a draft of that in your inboxes, your email inboxes.
Bob, will
That's
you
right.
send this document that you were working on to Allison as
I'm
well?
gonna send, I'm gonna send this because right now it's saved locally. Yeah. Okay, so now, Peter,
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Second,
all right, it's made and seconded. So all in favor, Peter,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Deborah,
aye.
Barbara,
Aye.
Melanie,
Aye.
Tim,
I,
Bob votes aye, unanimous vote in favor. Thank you all. And I will see you Tuesday at 7 o'clock.
And
Cool.
Tony, thank you for talking with us.
Yes.
That was, thank
Thanks
you.
for staying late.
Yeah, much
Yeah,
appreciated.
I wish I could talk. I wish I could have talked to you about it sooner. It's just a weird process that we're forced to go through, and obviously please don't take that the wrong way that I didn't get to speak to you guys all sooner than tonight.
It came up in the Gloucester news and also in the Gloucester and Salem papers carried this. That's how I got it.
So going into that select board meeting where they voted to pick me, I didn't know that they were doing that. Everybody else knew the same time that I knew. I'm literally sitting there watching, wondering what's going to happen. And then the Gloucester Times came out the next day. So
Right.
it was like, so the process is just, the timing's awkward. So I didn't have a chance to let everybody I wanted to know before the
always
Gloucester
like
Times
that.
did.
So, yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
all right.
Right.
Thank you guys.
Night.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.